Get some sound somewhere. Yeah, should have sound. I'm here. Are you here, Paul?
I'm here.
Are you there, Alan?
I'm here.
Well, we know Blue's not here. Is Dora back yet from her trip? Mippet, you got clothes on now, so you won't freeze. Hey, Mr.
Well,
42.
actually,
I've
I've
got an
changed my
Earth is
mind,
life
Terry.
out there.
I'm actually not here, Terry.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're
I
not
can
here.
I can prove it too. You see,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I'm not over there, and I'm not over there.
Yeah.
And if I'm not over there, and I'm not over there, I must be somewhere else. And if I'm somewhere else, I'm not here.
Okay. Right. That's great logic. Thank you.
Yeah, that's flirt logic for
Yeah,
you.
that's fair logic. Got Earth's life out there, Demon of. All the regulars are here. Thank God it's flat. We don't want to disappoint them with a bit of Lindsay. We get your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Flat. We might have a bit of Lindsay. Uh, what's this doorknob hit? Are there rabbits and pigs singing opera at the top of mountains? I can't work. Something. Oh, cue the wabbit. Cue the wabbit. Okay, we're not going to sing. I don't know.
No, especially not you, Terry. I think the only thing worse than Terry singing would be Alan singing.
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that right, Alan?
What? Kill the wabbit.
No.
Kill the wabbit.
No. Mute stream.
No, no.
Deafened. Hey, Stevie B ball. Clive's up there. I see Clive. No, you didn't miss anything. That was from before. I said not yet. Okay. Is Carl here? No, I haven't seen Carl. He might turn up, or he might not. Demonov said, I'm here and I'm not a cat. Okay. Oh, Dora just back home. Go. Was that 20 minutes? You said 20 minutes, Dora. I didn't actually put the timer up for 20 minutes to check you. I know Blue said 10 minutes for it to hit the shop and back. Rabbit died from voice. That's terrible. Alright. So, going by what you noticed on the thumbnail, navigating is the topic. Who out there in the peanut gallery seen the thumbnail, and can they point out anything unusual or something that jumps out at them about that thumbnail? Grab that article, and I'll grab that article. Two articles here, depending on which one we can use.
Oh, given that thumbnail, I don't think I need to give a clue in the peanuts for what my name actually is tonight.
What, the thumbnail of my YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think I need to give a clue.
Oh, easy.
I don't think I need to give a clue.
Okay then.
You would know what it is then, wouldn't you, Terry?
So, I don't know how to spell it properly, but I'll try. Don't you dare type faster than me, Alan. He probably did.
I'm waiting to hit enter. Hurry up, or I'll hit enter
Yeah,
first.
except he didn't get it right. You didn't get the spelling right, Terry.
Well, I was trying to type quick.
Oh, did you just send it direct to Paul?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, neither of you spelt it correctly.
Ha ha. So who's going to spell it correctly out in the peanut then?
Clive did.
Oh, Clive got it. Okay.
Yeah.
No fair using your fingers and toes to type faster. I've got two keyboards.
One for your feet and one for your hands.
Yeah. Well, I've got two articles here. I'll just show you guys in here what I've got. I've got this one. It's called the biography, and it goes through individual explorers, like a brief biography. I've got that. Or I've got this one. Okay, how's that going to show up? Oh, let me get rid of that. Oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I had the whole article before. Now I haven't got it. So it won't give it to me. Okay, bugger that one. That one worked out alright, that one. It had heaps of good stuff in it. To get rid of that bit. Now, will that fit the screen? Oh, I'll just have to read through this one then for tonight. We'll do this
Terry?
one. Yeah,
I've got that Britannica Age of Discovery page open.
Right.
So if you want to do it, we could...
Yeah, closed on me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's got a time limit on it or not.
My only problem is I haven't got an ad block to block them. Block the annoying ads.
Yeah, that's what I was having trouble with. It had some good info in it. Clive says, I see that New Zealand is missing from the thumbnail. Yeah, that's one thing. First question mark spotted. Nothing unusual that I see, just a 60k miles around Antarctica. There's a question mark in the water. Yeah, but what should be where the question mark is? Why would there be a question mark? Now, we just thought it'd be interesting to put that there because the original thumbnail had a map of Australia on it. And I'm thinking, okay, well, they didn't really explore Australia that much, and plus it had unknown written on it. As in, it wasn't named. So, what was the point of having the Australia on there in the first place? And New Zealand didn't have anything written on it, so there wasn't any point in having that either. Nothing of importance is there.
North Tasmania.
North Tasmania.
West New Zealand.
Does the question mark denote the location of the magical island of Flataria? FM frozen. I don't get that. S. Thurston said FM frozen. Huh?
FM?
No name. Weren't we just talking about no name before?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I'm sure his name came up for some reason. Okay. Oh, we'll just have to do the 10 famous explorers whose discoveries changed the world.
Yeah, I can say unless you want me to read the Britannica one for you and share it into Zoom.
You'd have to do the share thing, the other share one, if you wanted to. We'll see how you go with that one then, okay? Stop sharing here.
Yeah.
Go back there. Right, you want to try? Yeah, but then I'd have to. How am I going to read it? Huh? Because there's a lot to read in that one. There's a fair bit of text in that.
Well, I don't mind giving it a read, and I'm sure.
No, I
Somebody
thought
else
my ears were burning.
No, there we go.
Oh, he's talking about you, Paul. Ferdinand is moving again. He might have thought you were frozen.
No. I'm not frozen. I'm toasty warm.
I think some of the video is a bit stuck.
He's just not moving. He just wasn't moving. Maybe they got problems on their end.
Paul was just sitting really still.
Yeah,
for a
exactly.
really long time.
But the lights should be changing colour still.
Yeah, that should have denoted that you weren't getting a problem on their end.
Yeah.
Were the lights flashing on and off? Well, that tells that Paul's still there.
I've got the stream open and I can see that Paul's there, but I did think it had frozen because Paul was just staying so still.
I just noticed the lights flickering between the different colours. So Blue's waving out there. What are you waving out there for, Blue?
Because I'm eating breakfast in here.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. You're eating breakfast, so your mouth is being used, but then you need your hands to eat breakfast, but you had hands free to type. There's a conundrum for you.
No, it's an emoji. Emoji. M-O, one of those things.
Yeah, one of those things, okay.
I just need one hand. I can play with my mouse in one hand and eat my food with the other hand.
Okay.
Or play with something else with the other hand.
Wait a minute, you've only got two hands, Blue. Blue will be back in a minute with more insightful.
More insightful stuff.
Gladys was typing for him, obviously. Ah, okay, Gladys was typing. So what are you doing, Alan?
Well, I'm quite happy to read this for you if you like.
Yeah, and?
Where's the share screen gone?
Well, I may be able to read it in the shared screen, but we'll just have to see what it looks like.
Hang on. Google, Google Chrome 3. Let's have a look, see which Google Chrome is.
We got a men's shadow, naked, out there. Subfra Spano shadow, because I don't recognise the name. 2 hands, 2 feet, 1 digit. Oh, okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to read that.
It's about as big as I can get. Because if I go any bigger, well, that's kind of handy. It makes the.
Yeah, I was just going to say you got the side.
It acts as an ad blocker. That just trouble is it doesn't make the column any wider because it's still trying to display the ad.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to read it very easily out there with you either. Unless they've got a really big TV screen.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's as big as I can go because I can't get rid of the ads out of the.
Well, you can't resize the window on the screen. I don't know how you're sharing it. I don't know what you're using to share.
I'm just sharing it in Zoom, aren't I?
You're sharing the window or the screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing the window that's on the screen.
Oh.
I'm not sure if changing the shape helps any.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Can you make the window any bigger? Because you don't really need the side chat open, do you?
Are you seeing? Oh, didn't know you were seeing the side chat. Let's lose the side chat for a minute.
That's
better. That's better.
Sorry, I didn't realise you. I just looked at the thing and just see what you've got. Just saw what you're seeing, and yeah, it's
That's
it'll be
okay.
better now.
Oh, it's a lot betterer.
There we go.
A lot
much
betterer.
more better.
Very nice.
And I can still see the. I can kind of still see the side chat because it's gone back into the other window.
Okay. Well, I'm just able to... Can you make the text any bigger? What do you got it on?
If I do, the problem is it doesn't. The problem is if I make it bigger, the advert gets bigger in proportion.
Oh, it does. Yeah,
So-
I just noticed that. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's probably about as big as you
Big
want
as
to
you
go.
can get.
Otherwise, you get this tiny strip down the side with the big advert.
Okay. That works. I can almost
That
read
works.
that too. Yeah, I can almost read that as well. So if you read the first, I don't know how much the Age of Discovery went for, but I know it went for a few paragraphs.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of it. The Age of Discovery. In the 100 years from the mid-15th to the mid-16th century, a combination of circumstances stimulated men to seek new routes, and it was new routes rather than new lands that filled the minds of kings and commoners, scholars and seamen. First, towards the end of the 14th century, the vast empire of the Mongols was breaking up. Thus Western merchants could no longer be assured of safe conduct along the land routes. Second, the Ottoman Turks and the Venetians controlled commercial access to the Mediterranean and the ancient sea routes from the east. Third, new nations on the Atlantic shores of Europe were now ready to seek overseas trade and adventure. The sea route east by south to Cathay. Henry the Navigator, Prince of Portugal, initiated the first great enterprise of the Age of Discovery, the search for a sea route east by south to Cathay. His motives were mixed. He was curious about the world, he was interested in new navigational aids and better ship design, and was eager to test them. He was also a crusader and hoped that, by sailing south and then east along the coast of Africa, Arab power in North Africa could be attacked from the rear. This promotion of profitable trade was yet another motive. He aimed to divert the Guinea trade in gold and ivory away from its routes across the Sahara to the Moors of Barbary, North Africa, instead channel it via the sea route to Portugal.
Can you throw your mouse to the side when you're doing that, Alan?
Yeah.
We've got a
Tell
map,
you what,
have
I'll
we?
keep it.
Have we got a map?
We've got a map, which kind of shows you Lisbon, where Henry was coming from, and I
Is
think
it
by this time
interactive? Is it interactive? 'Cause it says-
it's.
Oh, okay. I thought it might have
There
been
we go.
interactive.
So 1430, Portuguese exploration of the African coast. 1434, they've kind of got halfway down West Africa. 1446, the slave trade begins. 1456, Cadamosto Alvisca de Mosto sails down round the Cape Verde Islands and reaches Gambia. (1471), Fernando Po runs down the Gulf of Guinea from the Gambia. And I guess 1482, the town or city of Elmina is founded by the Portuguese. Uh, 1483, Diego Cao gets down. Turn some of those off so we can see where he's gone. Diego Cao gets down as far as the Congo River. So 1486. Oh, he then gets down to a fair way down Africa. And in 1487.
Whoa, that changed a lot between then and there.
So we turn some of these other ones off.
Yeah.
Bartholomew Diaz has obviously did a trip all the way past the Cape of Good Hope, and Pedro de Calvilla managed to go through the Mediterranean, across to the Red Sea. I guess he had to get a new ship in the Red Sea.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how did he get across land?
Down past Aden, across to India, Kannur and Goa, back up to Hormuz, Straits of Hormuz, on the Persian Gulf, and then I'm not quite sure. I think he then went down the African coast past Mozambique as far as Sofala, and then it looks like he went back up via Aden and the Red Sea and across across roughly where the Suez Canal is, and then back across the Mediterranean from Alexandria. Now all we have to do is get back to the page we were on. And sorry about the ad. I was able to turn it off before.
That Adobe one at the bottom. That's it.
Yeah, they don't want to go away, Terry.
Oh.
We can still read this though, can't we?
Yeah.
We just might have to put up with an advert at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I apologise for the technical difficulty of not having a working ad blocker.
Oh, okay.
Expedition after expedition was sent forth throughout the 15th century to explore the coast of Africa. In 1445, the Portuguese navigator Dinis Dias reached the mouth of the Senegal, which men say comes from the Nile, being one of the most glorious rivers of earth, flowing from the Garden of Eden and the earthly paradise. Once the desert coast had been passed, the sailors pushed on. In 1455 and 1456, Alves Caia de Mosto made voyages to Gambia and the Cape Verde Islands. Prince Henry died in 1640 after a career that had brought the colonisation of the Madeira Islands and the Azores and the traversal of the African coast to Sierra Leone. Henry's captain, Diogo Caio, discovered the Congo River in 1482. All seemed promising. Trade was good with the riverine peoples and the coast was trending hopefully eastwards. Then the disappointing fact was realised. The head of a great gulf had been reached, and beyond the coast seemed to stretch endlessly southwards. Yet when Columbus sought backing for his plan to sail westward across the Atlantic to the Indies, he was refused, seeing that King John II of Portugal ordered the coast of Africa to be explored with the intention of going by that route to India. Don't think we want the video. King John II sought to establish two routes. The first, a land and sea route through Egypt and Ethiopia to the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, and the second, a sea route around the southern shores of Africa. The latter, an act of faith, since Ptolemy's map showed a landlocked Indian Ocean. In 1487, a Portuguese emissary, Pero da Covilhã, successfully followed the first route, but on returning to Cairo he reported that in order to travel to India, the Portuguese could navigate by their coasts and the seas of Guinea. In the same year, another Portuguese navigator, Bartholomew Dias, found encouraging evidence that this was so. In 1487 he rounded the Cape of Storms in such bad weather that he did not see it, but he satisfied himself that the coast was now trending northeastwards before turning back. He reached the Great Fish River in what is now South Africa. On the return voyage he sighted the Cape and set up a pillar upon it to mark its discovery.
So you almost made it all the way around.
Picture of John II of Portugal. The seaway was now open, but 8 years were to elapse before it was exploited. In 1492, Columbus had apparently reached the east by a much easier route. By the end of the decade, however, doubts of the validity of Columbus's claim were current. Interest was therefore renewed in establishing the sea route south by east to the known riches of India. In 1497, a Portuguese captain, Vasco da Gama, sailed in command of a fleet under instructions to reach Calicut, Kazahudi, on India's west coast. This he did after a magnificent voyage around the Cape of Storms, which he renamed the Cape of Good Hope, and along the unknown coast of East Africa. Yet another Portuguese fleet set out in 1500, this one being under the command of Pedro Alvarez Cabral, on the advice of da Gama. Cabral steered southwestward to avoid the calms of the Guinea coast, thus en route for Calicut, Brazil, was discovered. Soon trading depots known as factories were built along the African coast, at the strategic entrances to the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, and along the shores of the Indian Peninsula. In 1511, the Portuguese established a base at Malacca, now Makala, Malaysia, commanding the straits into the China Sea. In 1511 and 1512, The Moluccas or Spice Islands and Java were reached. In 1557, the trading port of Macau was formed at the mouth of the Canton River. Europe had arrived in the east. It was, in the end, the Portuguese, not the Turks, who destroyed the commercial supremacy of the Italian cities, which had been based on a monopoly of Europe's trade with the East by land. But Portugal was soon overextended. It was therefore the Dutch, the English and the French who in the long run reaped the harvest of Portuguese enterprise. Some idea of the knowledge that these trading explorers brought to the common store may be gained by a study of contemporary maps. The map of the German Henricus Martellus, published in 1492, shows the shores of North Africa and of the Gulf of Guinea more or less correctly, and was probably taken from numerous seamen's charts. The delineation of the west coast of southern Africa from the Guinea Gulf to the Cape suggests a knowledge of the charts of the expedition of Bartholomew Diaz. The coastlines of the Indian Ocean are largely Ptolemaic, with two exceptions. First, the Indian Ocean is no longer landlocked, and second, the Malay Peninsula is shown twice, once according to Ptolemy and once again presumably according to Marco Polo. The Contranani map of 1506 shows further advances, that the shape of Africa is generally accurate, and there is new knowledge of the Indian Ocean, although it is curiously treated. Peninsular India, on which Kannur and Calicut are named, is shown, although too small. It is, however, recognisable. There is even an indication to the east of it of the Bay of Bengal, with a great river running into it. Eastward of this is Ptolemy's India, with the huge island of Taprobane, a muddled representation of the Indian peninsula and Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. East again, as on the map of Henricus Martellus, the Malay Peninsula appears twice. Ptolemy's bonds were hard to break.
Do you want me to read a bit yet?
Oh, if you can manage it, Terry, yeah, that would give my mouth a little
The sea route west to
a little chance.
the sea route west to Cathay. It is not known when the idea originated of sailing westward in order to reach Cathay. Many sailors set forth searching for islands in the west, and it was a commonplace among scientists that the east could be reached by sailing west. But to believe this, a practical voyage was an entirely different matter. Christopher Columbus, a mouse...
Genoese.
Yeah, the mouse was in there.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
A Genoese who had settled in Lisbon about 1476 argued that Chipango lay a mere 2,500 nautical miles west of the Canary Islands in the eastern Atlantic. He took 45 instead of 60 nautical miles as the value of a degree. He accepted Ptolemy's exaggerated west-east extent of Asia and then added it to the lands described by Marco Polo, thus reducing the true distance between the Canaries and Chipango by 1/3. He could not convince the Portuguese scientists nor the merchants of Lisbon that his idea was not worth backing, but eventually obtained the support of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain. The sovereigns probably argued that the cost of equipping the expedition would oh shit, where was
I scrolled it up to the right spot for you, Terry.
the loss of
Finally, I
it
can close
failed.
that app.
The sovereigns probably argued that the cost of equipping the expedition would not be very great. The loss, if it failed, could be borne. The gain, should it succeed, was incalculable. Indeed, it might divert to Spain all the wealth of Asia. On August 3rd, 1492, Columbus sailed from Palos, Spain, with 3 small ships manned by Spaniards. From the Canaries he sailed westward for, on the evidence of the globes and maps in which he had faith, Japan was on the same latitude. If Japan should be missed, Columbus thought that the route adopted would land him only a little further on the coast of China itself. Fair winds favoured him, the sea was calm, and on October 12th landfall was made on the Bahama island of Guanahani, which he renamed San Salvador, also called Watling Island, through Samana Cay and other islands have been identified as Guanahani. Words. With the help of local Indians, the ship reached Cuba and then Haiti, although there was no sign of the wealth of the lands of Kublai Khan. Columbus nevertheless seemed convinced that he had reached China, since according to his reckoning he was beyond Japan. A second voyage. Okay, so on the map, if we look back, they thought he was going to Japan, but he only ended up. I'm trying to work out where
he ended up on the east coast of America, on the east coast of the Americas, in the Caribbean.
Oh, okay. He sailed west instead of east then, yeah.
Well, yeah, because he was basically he went 45 miles instead of 60 for 1 degree. Thought Japan was a lot further west. No, sorry, a lot further east than it is. Yeah. So he thought that he'd sailed far enough that he'd gone past Japan and hit China somewhere.
Yeah. Not realising that the Americas was in the road.
Yeah.
A big landmass in between here and Japan going that way. Okay. Where was I? Up. Since according to his reckoning he was beyond Japan. A second voyage in 1493 and 1494, searching fruitlessly for the court of Kublai Khan, further explored the islands of the Indies. Doubts seem to have risen among the would-be colonists as to the identity of the island, since Columbus demanded that all take an oath that Cuba was the southeast promontory of Asia, the Golden Chersonese. On his third voyage in 1498, Columbus sighted Trinidad, entering the Gulf of Paria, on the coast of what is now Venezuela, and annexed for Spain a very great continent, until today unknown. On a fourth voyage from 1502 to 1504, he explored the coast of Central America from Honduras to Darien, on the Isthmus of Panama, seeking a navigable passage to the west. What passage he had in mind is obscure, if at this point he still believed he had reached Asia. It is inconceivable that he sought a way through Ptolemy's Golden Chersonese into the Indian Ocean. Columbus's tenacity, courage and skill in navigation made him stand out among the few explorers who have changed substantially ideas about the world. At the time, however, his efforts must have seemed ill-rewarded. He found no empress court rich in spices, silk, gold or precious stones, but had to contend with I lost my place.
Here, where the mouse is moving, Terry.
Oh, okay. Oh, but had to contend with mutinous sailors, dissident colonists, and disappointed sovereigns. He died at Valladolid in 1506. Did he believe to the end that he indeed had reached Cathay, or did he, however, dimly perceive that he had
found a new world? I'm sorry, scrolling it up is going to be difficult because of the video ad that's trying to play underneath it.
Ah. Whatever Columbus thought, it was clear to others that there was much to be investigated, and probably much to be gained, by exploration westward, not only in Lisbon and Cadiz, but also in other Atlantic ports. Groups of men congregated in hopes of joining in the search. In England, Bristol, with its western outlook and Icelandic trade, was the port best placed to nurture adventurous seamen. In the latter part of the 15th century, John Cabot, with his wife and 3 sons, came to Bristol from Genoa, or Venice. His project to sail west gained support, and with one small ship, the Matthew, he set out in May 1497, taking a course due west from Dursey Head, Ireland. His landfall on the other side of the ocean was probably on the northern peninsula of what is now known as Newfoundland. From there, Cabot explored southward, perhaps encouraged to do so, even if seeking a westward passage. By ice in the Strait of Belle Isle, little is known of John Cabot's first voyage, and almost nothing of his second, in 1498, from which he did not return, but his voyages in high latitudes represented almost as great a navigational feat as those of Columbus. Oh, he didn't return. He got lost at sea. Wow, with his family.
Yep. One of the dangers of exploring.
Yeah. Scroll up the coasts.
Oh.
The coasts between the landfalls of Columbus and John Cabot were charted in the first quarter of the 16th century by Italian, French, Spanish and Portuguese sailors. Sebastian Cabot, son of John, gained a great reputation as a navigator and promoter of Atlantic exploration, but whether this was based primarily on his own experience or on the achievements of his father is uncertain. In 1499, Amerigo Vespucci, an Italian merchant living in Seville, together with the Spanish explorer Alonso de Ojeda, explored the north coast of South America, from Suriname to the Golfo de Venezuela. His lively and embellished description of these lands became popular, and Waldseemüller, on his map of 1507, gave the name America to the southern part of the continent. The 1506 map of Contreras represented a brave attempt to collate the mass of new information, true and false, that accrued from these western voyages. The land explored by Columbus on his third voyage, and by Vespucci and de Ojeda in 1499, is shown at the bottom left of the map as a promontory of a great northern bulge of a continent extending far to the south. The northeast coast of Asia at the top left is pulled out into a great peninsula on which is shown a big river and some mountains representing wait a minute. Contarini's. Where was I?
There we go.
contrary in his concept of Newfoundland and the lands found by the Cabots and others. In the wide sea that separates these northern lands from South America, the West Indies are shown. Halfway between the Indies and the coast of Asia, Japan is drawn. A legend placed between Japan and China reveals the state of opinion among at least some contemporary geographers. It presumably refers to the fourth voyage of Columbus in 1502 and may be in addition to the map it runs. Christopher Columbus, Viceroy of Spain, sailing westwards, reached the Spanish islands after many hardships and dangers. Weighing anchor thence he sailed to the province called Columbria, a province which then adjoined I can't make it out to read it properly.
China?
Yeah, I have to change my headset things. I can't talk while I'm doing that. Up to others did not agree.
Yeah, I'll scroll that up to the top, shall I? There you go.
Who are you typing to?
I'm not typing.
Oh, somebody was.
That must have been. That was Paul.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, Paul got into
Stealing
trouble
my
for
thunder.
nothing. Sorry, Paul. I thought it was Alan.
Are you going to carry on reading, or do you want?
No, I had to change me headset things.
What, your batteries?
Yeah, I'm right now. Ferdinand Magellan had served in the East Indies. Was that where I was up to?
I scrolled you up to the top of the page. So
others did not agree with Contrani's interpretation. To more and more people it was becoming plain that a new world had been found, although for a long time there was little inclination to explore it, but instead a great determination to find a way past it to the wealth of Asia. Oh, so they weren't really worried about there. They were more worried about getting to Asia because of the trade route that showed all the wealth that was over in Asia area. Oh.
Yeah, because they knew there was a shit ton of good shit there.
Yeah.
And they wanted it.
Yeah. Don't worry about America. The voyage of the Portuguese navigator Ferdinand Magellan from 1519 to 1521 dispelled two long-cherished illusions. First, that there was no easy way through the barrier, and second, that once the barrier was passed, Cathay was near at hand. Ferdinand Magellan had served in the East Indies as a young man, familiar with the long sea route to Asia eastward, from Europe via the Cape of Good Hope. He was convinced that there must be an easier sea route westward. His plan was in accord with the Spanish hopes. 5 Spanish ships were fitted out in Sevilla, and in August 1519 they sailed under his command, first to the Cape Verde Islands and thence to Brazil. Standing offshore, they then sailed southward along the east coast of South America. The estuary of the River de la Plata was explored in the vain hope that it might prove to be a strait leading to the Pacific. Magellan's ship then sailed south along the coast of Patagonia, the Gulf of St. George, and doubtless many more small embayments, raised hopes that a straight land had been found, only to dash them. At last, at Port Julian, at 49 degrees 15 minutes south, winter quarters was established. In September 1520 a southward course was set once more, until finally on October 21st Magellan found a strait leading westward. It proved to be an extremely difficult one. It was long, deep, tortuous, rock-walled, and bedevilled by icy squalls and dense fog. It was a miracle that 3 of the 5 ships got through its 325-mile length. I wonder where was this at?
The bottom of the bottom of South America.
Okay. Where was it?
I believe they are actually known as the Straits of Magellan.
After 38 days, they sailed into the open ocean. Once away from land, the ocean seemed calm enough. Magellan consequently named it the Pacific. The Pacific, however, proved to be of vast extent, and for 14 weeks the little ship sailed on a northwesterly course without encountering land. 14 weeks? Yeah, of course they're not going to hit any land. Not yet, anyway. Short of food and water, the sailors ate sawdust mixed with ship's biscuits and chewed the leather parts of their gear to keep themselves alive. At last, on March the 6th, 1521, exhausted and scurvy-ridden, they landed at the island of Guam. Shit, that's a long way. 10 days later, they reached the Philippines, where Magellan was killed, in a local quarrel. The survivors in 2 ships sailed onto the Moluccas, Moluccas, sailing westward. They arrived at last in territory already known to the Portuguese, sailing eastward. One ship attempted but failed to return across the Pacific. Oh wow, that would have been a journey and a half to try to sail back the way they just came. The remaining ship, the Victoria, laden with spices, under under the command of the Spanish navigator Juan Sebastian del Sano, sailed alone across the Indian Ocean, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and arrived at Seville on September 9th, 1522, with a crew of 4 Indians and only 17 survivors of the 239 Europeans who had set sail with the expedition 3 years earlier. Wow. Kano, not having allowed for the fact that his circumnavigation had caused him to lose a day, was greatly puzzled to find that his carefully kept log was 1 day out. He was, however, delighted to discover that the cargo he had brought back more than paid for the expenses of the voyage. He's going, what day is it? Tuesday? No, it's Monday. Or whatever, yep. He lost a day. Yeah. So it was a roundabout way to sort of circumnavigate, wasn't it?
There you go. Two more paragraphs, and I think you're there.
Oh, okay. I think I can make it. It is fitting to consider the first circumnavigation as marking the close of the Age of Discovery. Magellan and his men had demonstrated that Columbus had discovered a new world, and not the route to China, and that Columbus' Indies, the West Indies, were separated from the East Indies by a vast ocean. Not all the major problems of the world geography were, however, now solved. 2 great questions still remained unanswered. Were there northern passages between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans more easily navigable than the dangerous Straits of Magellan to the south? Was there a great landmass somewhere in the vastness of the southern oceans? A terra australis even, southern land, that would balance the northern continents. uh, I think we'll leave it there. I think we've done enough exploring for now. We've already gone around the world.
I think we have indeed.
Even though not all of us made it. Ugh. And I've got to wait for my eyes.
I can close those tabs.
Yes, you can close.
Can I close those tabs now, Terry?
Yeah, you can close those now, tabs, Terry. I'll just get rid of my tabs now because I couldn't use that one. Oh, my eyes are, yeah. He wouldn't have lost a day on a flat earth. Yeah. Well, you didn't use a flat earth map back in the day, otherwise you would have got lost.
No, I think they had the Mercator projection by then, didn't they, Paul?
Yeah.
Well, they were using other people's maps as well, but from what I read. You know, a few other explorers got so far, and then the next one got a little bit further, and a little bit, you know, then they maybe corrected slight amendments to each map. But not knowing there's a great big continent of the Americas in between Europe and Japan, yeah, that threw a spanner in the works for them.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that it wasn't that anybody thought the Earth was flat in them days. It was, they all knew it was a globe. It was just that Columbus was convinced that the radius of the Earth was smaller than it is, and therefore you wouldn't have to sail so far to get there.
Yeah. It's pretty funny that they saw the Americas as an impediment to navigation.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't really anybody there with lots of
Yeah,
stuff.
you didn't have nothing, Blue. You weren't worth anything.
No.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, boys. Let's just keep going.
Trying to get to China. They put this big blob of shit in the way, Gabby. We gotta go all the way around.
I mean, the Spaniards. I think the Spaniards were quite happy with what they managed to drag out of Mexico and sort of the northern parts of South America. By basically killing the Aztecs and
we haven't got that far yet, have we?
Indigenous peoples.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, they were. I believe they were pretty happy with what they got out of that. You know, i.e., a ton of gold. But it wasn't the trade. There wasn't the trade they were available there. That was the problem. They were all traders looking for somewhere to trade.
Well, that was their incentive for exploration. Was trade. Was generally trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
There was only a few that. I'd say that person that lost their lives with their family, I think they were just doing it for the exploration side of it.
No, they were still trying to get to. They were still trying to find a route across to the East Indies, as we would.
Yeah, but they weren't traders, were they? That family that didn't come back.
Well, the exploration they undertook was driven by trade, because the people funding the expeditions were looking to found colonies and start trade, and they wanted to do that trade with the Far East, so with Japan and China and the Spice Islands and all those places. But of course, it turns out it's quicker to go round and go east than it is to go round and go west.
I was thinking of a question then, and now I've forgotten what it was.
Because I don't think there's too much difference in how in the journey distance to go south to go round the bottom of either continent particularly. Is it time for some Lindsay?
It must be.
It must be.
It must be time for Lindsay.
Well, we have to keep our resident flurfer happy out there. He hasn't commented lately. Where'd you go? Thank God it's flat. You still out there? Press play. Oh, righto, Blue. Nag. Jeez.
Sorry, just trying to avoid the rush.
Avoid the rush. Look, I know you're so keen on wanting Lindsay. Oh, Little Wolf goes, woohoo, Lindsay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What have we got here?
Uh-oh.
Something's not right with this picture. He's got some sort of something. Alright.
Will he plug it in though?
Will he plug it in? Oh, Wally, I need to talk to you. Wally's out there. I need to talk to him about something.
Sparving bearing out of a turbo encabulator.
Yeah.
Those damn swerving bearings, they're always going, aren't they, Blue?
Yeah.
Such a terrible point of failure in that thing.
Should have made them round instead of square.
Those white things are the marsal veins, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have those, you'll have side fumbling. I think that thing's safe. The Molex connector on the right's not plugged into anything.
I think that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, probably. What the hell is that thing?
I have no idea. I'm going to guess the bottom of it's a big transformer.
Oh, no.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
Quick video on something I've just come across. Quite interesting, I thought. Regarding the flat earth design, flat earth model. And it's about the Milky Way. Black hole, sun on the horizon of the black hole, which is it, both in the Milky Way. The centre of the Milky Way is the sun and the black hole. So, got some photos here. I've stated all along in my videos that the sun, the black hole and the sun are in the Milky Way. And, it's something it's taken physicists 60 years to realise. I've been a builder for 40 years and worked on the flat earth design for the last 2. It only took me a year to realise there's a black hole in the Milky Way and the sun's on its horizon. And this was before Roger Penrose, the physicist, got nominated for his Nobel Prize for declaring there's a black hole in the Milky Way. But they haven't stated the sun is on the horizon of the Milky Way. What they'll tell us is the sun is behind the Milky Way. The sun is tucked into the Milky Way. You have to be pretty silly to deny it. But you know, science has equations.
God.
Apparently, let's say it's not, but of course it is. I know it is because the Egyptians have left it all for us.
I see the Egyptians.
Put it in there,
Your guys shouldn't see it.
just in case you didn't see it. Milky Way up in the middle. Another picture. Sun in the middle. That's the back of the Milky Way. I mean, sorry, the back of the sun.
The back of the
Milky
sun.
Way is showing us the back of the sun.
How did he take a picture of the back of the sun?
That one looks a bit more like a crocodile head. Like the Egyptians have left us. We go to the crocodile's head, and the eye of Ra, similar thing, same thing, it's all connected. Crocodile's eye. This one looks more like a crocodile. Or an alligator.
So, are we going to screen capture these and use them as evidence?
Oh, dear.
Oh my God.
Have you got it round the right way?
Cheese slips off this guy's. The cheese slips off this guy's cracker a little more every week.
Yeah.
It's the Milky Way, the back of the sun we see at night. Typhon. And Zeus the sun. Sun's tucked in there, tucked in the Milky Way.
We see the
It's
back of the
daytime.
sun at night.
Here's the back of the Milky Way, night time. That's why we see all the light through there.
I've lost it.
That's how it works. Now the Milky Way, how it works is the magnetic vortex. Flat Earth design. This is the vortex in the centre of the flat Earth. It's shaped like a donut. For those that have been following my videos, the northern hemisphere sky, and a symmetrical arc for the southern sky. So it's a nice arc, but all the way around.
Blue, you got corrected.
Wolf
Wolf said
clown car.
you got corrected off Little Wolf. I don't think the cheese ever made it to the cracker.
This is the
Yeah,
regarded as
like
the
your
mountain.
fight, little wolf.
In scripture when they're talking about things. It's all because it's all astrophysics. How all this system works. So
Sweet. Come on. Blow
all the
it.
celestial bodies are hidden in here.
Come on.
Blow
You
your
might
own
see
trumpet,
it's in
Lindsay.
the non-physical
Blow it-
part of the
blow it,
donut.
Lindsay.
I'll bring it in the middle, the hole. Everything is in here that creates our realm. It's all projected out into our realm. It'll come up and it'll reflect onto the concave shape of the northern sky, and then a parabolic effect onto the southern sky. So it'll flip the images upside down. So the southern image is upside down to the northern image. So
No.
parabolic mirror works. Be hard to find it though, but you can do it. You can stay on the same longitude and an equal latitude, 40 degrees north, 40 degrees south. Video, take a lot of
Yes,
videos,
Mix.
but staying within the same latitude,
Yeah.
and compare them. Just flip one image upside down to the other. See how you get on. You'd have to do it at the exact same time though, because this vortex is turning over the night. Does a 360 over 24 hours.
That's what
And the southern
vortexes
field-
do, Lindsay.
Goes all the way around here over 24 hours because it's a reflection of the centre, moving all the way around as they
But
turn
why
together.
clockwise?
The whole thing, they just all turn together like this. The Aztecs have left us that. Anyway, the Milky Way, you've got the black hole in the centre, and you've got the what we can call scalar waves going into it. Vortexes going into it. And we can refer back to the Bosnian pyramids. That guy who runs the Bosnian pyramids. he talks about the scalar waves coming off the pyramid. But I've stated earlier on in my very early videos that they're not going up to the sky. They're actually coming down into the pyramid, because the pyramid is a black hole. It's our physical example of a black hole on Earth. It's an amplifier.
No.
It's got this vortex coming up from under the ground
Wait a minute.
into the centre of the pyramid and down into the pyramid.
Don't get in the Bosnian pyramids. They're black holes, dude.
It's for a amplifier.
Oh, dear.
Anybody who's been in there and gone,
Oh no, don't start that again.
realise what I mean.
That's
I said the sarcophagus and did that,
don't
and
start that again.
I just look around, because it seemed like there's 1,000 people around me doing it at the
You
same
know we're not
time.
playing this at
It's unbelievable.
normal speed.
But that's what it is. It's an amplifier of energy. It could be used as a, a sensor for earthquakes, possibly, or things like that. I don't know. But anyway, that's what it's doing. They're coming back in to the pyramid. There's nothing going out. That guy, the
Which
guy
guy?
running the pyramids in Bosnia, they're talking about some sort of system going up into space and all this. You can't get out. There's nothing out there. We're it. And you can't get in. We're in an enclosed magnetic field. And the Milky Way is in the centre. The Milky Way is in the centre here. Things get sucked down into there, straight down to the sun, into the black hole, and they come up from the Arctic and get sucked in. There's videos online where you can see the whirlwind, the vortex coming up from dry ice to the heat, spinning into the heat. It's the same thing. Once that heat's created, that'll spin up into there, and there's heat coming down this way though, which comes out of the tropics.
What?
So that going down, that creating heat, draws the cold up. You could say there's cold coming in as well, but no, I don't think so. It's coming out of the gap in the tropics. This is the way the system works, the magnetic field works. You've got the high pressure from the Arctics rushing to the tropics, being pulled down to the tropics, and the low pressure coming up, and it's shooting back over into the main vortex. Central gets sucked into the central vortex. It's a stronger magnetic field. It's like an EMF coming out of the tropic region. It gets sucked back into there. So it's all feeding itself. It's the infinity sign. Looks like I was the first person in the world to come up with realise the magnetic field works like that. It's a two system, two skies, everything. It's probably known by the elites, and they're just hiding it from everybody because they know how it works with their meteorology, the weather system. They know the fields come into the tropics like that, get sucked in, sucked down, sucked in, and then the low pressure comes out. They know it works like this. And in all the ancient literature, Plato and all that, Trismegistus, the Hermeticus talk of the magnetic fields of being in the wind. So that's how it works.
Oh my goodness.
So you've got that main system where they come from the Arctics into the tropics, but then you've also got a secondary, a weaker system where it gets sucked into the roaring 40s. Just like a magnet, you break it all down. In every fractal of magnetic field, you'll get an electrical field. That's why we have the little electrical fields at the roaring 40s. Electrical storms, tornadoes up north in America there, and out in the middle of the ocean there, Southern Ocean. It's the Coriolis effect, they call that one. But it's the magnetic fields.
What?
So it's also simple when you get your head around it. Everything just adds up.
Oh, yeah.
Coriolis effect
Once you
affects
get in and
magnetic
realise
fields.
Yeah,
things are working.
exactly.
Everything connects with it. You can't deny my flat
I
earth
really
model.
hope Brian Leakey didn't
Anyway,
see this.
today I'm playing around with the magnets. So basically, the centre of Earth is a magnetic convergence, isn't it? Magnetic field. And this is what's happening in the Milky Way. It's convergence, converging at the black hole, where the sun is, with the voltage. That's the voltage. Boom.
Voltage?
This is what's happening is down the centre of a ring magnet. Because Earth is exactly like a ring magnet. Works the same way. done earlier videos on that. So I'm just going to show you how it works.
Look.
So imagine this is the sun. And there's the vortex, the black hole, horizon. You come up, try and get into the middle here, and it jumps across. It doesn't want to go down the centre. It wants to always stay on the horizon. The sun sits on the horizon. Out of darkness comes light, but the darkness comprehends it not. That's written in mud, rock, stone, clay, whatever. Ancient texts. Out of darkness comes light, but the darkness comprehends it not. The black hole, black light, black hole, whatever you want. It's not comprehending. It's not sucking it back down. It's not sucking it in, is it? It sits there. It just sits there. But what happens is the black hole. So we've got the vortex up here and the vortex below, right? The scalar waves. So if we put it into the scalar waves, which is spinning up here, down into there as the convergence, what's going to happen? Straight down the middle of the hole. That's the Milky Way. Straight down the guts. Is that pretty cool or what?
No.
Okay, Lindsay.
Sun on the horizon. Doesn't want to go into the hole. Does it? No.
Put the guts to your
But
bathroom
put it in the
vent from
scalar
the
waves,
back
and the center of the
end.
vortex, straight down the middle. Another phrase in religion. To get to the Father, you go through me. Connected. Father, the Creator. To get to the Father, you go through me. So it's all astrophysics, the whole Bible, all the religious stories, plus it's connected to the human spirit, because our brains are the fractal of the earth. It's the same, they're telling the same story, parallel with the earth, and parallel earth and the human brain. Your consciousness and the way earth works. So there you have it, straight down the Milky Way. And what's going to happen this way? Same thing. Same thing. Because the vortex come in from both ends. But
Yeah, that's right,
small one
Elming.
here.
No other float will
Look
accept
what's
this
happening.
because there's no eggs in the
it's not coming out the
demonstration.
bottom, is it? No.
Yeah, that's
Because
right.
magnetic
Now
convergence
put the
in the
magnet
centre.
on your
That's what
page.
creates the black hole, and science knows that to get the plasma has to be in a tight magnetic field. It's a tokamak reactor to create plasma, but they got the wrong system because they're trying to do some single system when it's a dual system. I've got the dual system, and until they do this dual system, they won't get cheap free power feeding itself. I've got the system straight through. It doesn't come out. Tight magnetic field in the centre. It wants to stay there. Right, the smaller one here that hides itself. But gone. Let's try a nut. Oh, there we go.
Black hole ate it. That's what happened.
Yeah, went into the black hole.
Pretty cool, eh? Doesn't come out the bottom. Sucked up that way and sucked down that way.
Magnets suck. There you are,
Sits
boys
on
and
the
girls.
horizon there, but it put in the centre of the scalar waves or vortex. Whoops, it's not strong enough to go up that way.
And magnets
Come down
suck
that
just like gravity does, eh?
So if you can imagine the heat, the sun in there,
Sometimes.
No,
sucking up the
I thought vacuum cleaners sucked.
coldness, sucking in either coldness or the heat. I
They
think this is the
do
secret
when
in the
they're
whole
working
creation
fine.
model. It's
But
like
you
the
go
human
taking
meat coming
motors
out of
out
that
and
gap in
stuff
the
out, and
tropics.
then they don't
Well,
work.
science call it. They don't know. They don't know anything about it. Don't know anything about it.
But technically,
They
does a
think the
vacuum
sun's
cleaner
over
suck or
somewhere else
blow?
Out in there in La La Land. Everything we see in our realm, we think is the universe, is all a projection.
Both.
Oh,
It's
the
a
magnets,
state.
Phil,
Plato,
come from
they all
speakers.
speak of it. It's in the Book of the Dead and stuff. It's a second state. The first state is in here, in the centre. Basically, Plato speaks of it quite clearly. It's all a projected model. But we have to show it respect because it's image of creation. It does. It's what we have to pay homage to. It's the image of it. Well, that's not the first state. We see the projected images. That's why we'll never ever get to anything. It'll always stay there on your horizon. You rise up, your horizon rises up. It speaks of this in the Plato and everywhere else. You rise up, you go that way, it'll go that way. It's forever on your horizon. Over your arc, your horizon. So you stay there, it goes over your arc and goes down there, just on your horizon. The sun is on your horizon. It's not 10,000 kilometres away. It's all on your horizon. So that's the flat earth model. Sun on the horizon of the black hole. Out of darkness comes light, but darkness comprehends it not. What more can I say?
But Lindsay, we've
Nobody can
measured
debunk my flat earth
that
model.
it's
Everything works.
just a tad over 10,000 kilometres from the North Pole to the
And once you start
equator.
realising, understanding how it works, you understand how everything else works. Science has everything, but they haven't put it together with the right they don't know the picture, so they haven't put the puzzles together properly. Even the modern scientists, they've been fooled. They've gone through the education system and been fooled. So they actually think they live on a spinning ball, when the elites know darn well that's not a spinning ball. I mean, yeah, the people right at the top running the show, they know, because you go back in there's plenty of ancient information that show all this, show the whole system, they show everything. But it's being educated out of people to keep you down and dumb. Down and dumb is what they want. The elites want you down and dumb.
What's worked on you,
Can't make
Lindsay?
you dumb through
Yeah,
the
you got
dumb
down.
education system. They'll vaccinate you. And they'll probably burn some brain cells or fry your pineal glands. You'll never wake up. Because waking up is the meaning to life. A spiritual awakening during your physical life. It's a psychological thing, a spiritual thing. And it's connected with up there, star alignments. They're trying to hide all that. Science tries to hide all the zodiac information, all that star alignments and stuff, because they want you away from that. They don't want you to realise, start thinking, because once you start thinking, your mind opens up. When your mind opens up, you make contact and things happen from above. As above, so below. So, you know, what's happening down here is affecting up there, and what's up there is affecting down here. If you don't connect with the above, they're just a dumb piece of meat. And that's how you're going to die, dumb piece of meat, and come back with just as another dumb piece of meat. You're going to recycle, reincarnate until you wake this thing up. And if you listen to anything you've been taught, education, well, you know what I mean. There's certain education you need to know about, English and but you know, mainstream media, news, everything. It's all hiding the big picture from you. And there you go. Here's the flat earth. Check out my other videos. Thanks for watching.
That was a short one.
Yeah. We didn't get the full 27 minutes, 13 seconds.
Nah,
No.
I didn't even have him on Lindsay speed.
Didn't you?
No.
No.
Okay then. Get rid of Lindsay for now. I'll grab all my stuff for later. Wally's DM'd me about something. He's uploading it now. Or is it uploaded? Okay. Well, I'll do all that. So. That way I'm all ready for after.
You ready for a quiz, are you, Terry?
Well, yeah, I'm just getting on me. Oh, didn't play that yet. I'm just grabbing all my videos while you're doing that.
Okay.
So I'm free. I've got to find Blue's
3 hours
video,
ago.
Wally's videos. Who else is out there? Yeah, I was going to play that, Wally. That one. Oh, yep, nope for the sextant. Oh. I thought Wally had something to do. Oh, yep, for the... okay. Somebody said you had something to do with the sextant or something, so I don't know. Might have got miscommunicated there somewhere. That. Yeah, I've got that video, Wally. What's it called? I'm no fan of CC something. Yeah, that one. Righto. I'll keep quiet now. I'm ready when you are, Paul.
Okay, I'm ready then. I can share the screen and we can go. Right. Here we are. The hard quiz, number 43. Let's go. You know the rules. DM me your answers in the internal chat. That way the other internal members don't get to see your answer.
And cheat.
And cheat. Unless Terry asks you to DM them to him.
Yeah. You don't have to tell everyone that one.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Question 1. Helen Keller was accused of performing this action, aged 11, leading to her having a nervous breakdown. What action did Helen Keller do when she was 11 years old that led to her having a nervous breakdown? Any ideas? No? Don't hear anyone typing in the internal chat?
No, we don't.
Okay. I'll give you another clue then. Maurice Maeterlinck was confirmed to perform this action with his work The Soul of the White Ant. What action did he perform to create his work The Soul of the White Ant? Not murder, not talking in tongues, not sex. No. Not Lindsay videos. No. Not flirting. No. Okay. Edgar Allan Poe claimed that Henry Wadsworth Longfellow had performed this action in what became known as the Longfellow War. What was the action? What did Wadsworth Longfellow do? Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. No idea? Okay. Robert Greene claimed Shakespeare was an inveterate performer of this action. What was Robert Greene accusing Shakespeare of doing?
Not an introvert.
Come on, internal chat.
That word's not introvert, is it?
No, it's not introvert.
Oh, okay.
It's inveterate.
Okay.
Inveterate.
Yeah, okay. It's a different word.
An inveterate performer of this action. We have some correct answers out in the peanut gallery. Louis Perdue sued Dan Brown for supposedly performing this action, but lost the case. No one in the internal chat has got it. No, it's not related to editing Wikipedia. But Johann Hari left the Independent after performing this action. What is this action which involves using someone else's written work and passing it off as one's own? Come on, Terry, you know what it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how to spell it properly.
Okay. Well done to Clive Wells, who got it first, and then to Sir Little Wolf. It is plagiarism.
Ah, I didn't get it out quick enough.
What did Terry write? Plagiarism. Yeah,
Well,
that's pretty good. Not
yeah,
quite spelled right.
I was trying to
I
get
would have
it out.
known what you meant.
Yeah, I was trying
I
to
would
get
have
it out
known what you
quick.
meant. Yeah. Plagiarism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
plagiarism. Yeah, the bit that got me on it was when you said Shakespeare up near those clues.
Yeah.
I was starting to think of, okay, that sounds.
Yeah. Okay, question 2. The abundance of young clusters, such as NGC 1866, in them makes them ideal for studying stellar evolution. What is the them we're talking about? What is it that is ideal for studying stellar evolution? Together, they contain about 65 superbubbles and 11 supergiant shells, making them the only object in which these phenomena can be studied comprehensively. Not stellar nebulas. No, not dust clusters, not nebulas. We're after a particular name, not a gas cloud.
Oh shit! Spelled it wrong.
Tidal interactions are responsible for the stellar bar in one of them and the elongated shape of the other, and they carry behind them a namesake stream. It was originally thought that they were nebula, but we know now that they aren't.
Okay. So none of my words are correct at all in any of the words I've wrote. Okay.
No, not.
Okay.
No. I would have said so if they were, Terry.
Okay. One
of them contains the 30 Doradus region, also known as the Tarantula Nebula. Yes, they are stellar nurseries, Clive Wells, but where are these stellar nurseries? That's what we're after. Which galaxies, Judy? Harlow Shapley used Henrietta Leavitt's work on Cepheid variables in one of them to calculate that they were about 75,000 light years from Earth, though he turned out to be wrong by at least a factor of 2. Not sign language, not quasars, not the Milky Way, no, not the local group. They are visible with the naked eye from the southern hemisphere. Is Alan asleep? I think so.
He's probably there, but not there.
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him breathing heavily.
So we can see him with the naked eye from the southern hemisphere.
We can, yes.
If we didn't have any light pollution. Light pollution would be the only.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Identify these 2 irregular galaxies named for a Portuguese explorer. I'm sure Alan would have got this if he was awake.
And we're doing Portuguese exploring, so to speak, but...
Yeah.
Which one?
That would be the correct ones, Big Blue. Well, I don't think they're called clusters. I think they're called clouds. I'm just waiting for the peanuts now. Yeah, good, clouds. Blue's got it right. You need your picture. The Southern Cross, no. Did you get it from the clue now, Terry? Watch the start of the animation. Fred nods. Magellan, blah, blah. Yeah, Magellan what?
Ah,
You know now, Terry?
yeah, I couldn't see it quick. I can see it, but I can't read it quick enough because it goes
You
through too
can't
quick.
read it quick enough.
Yeah.
Ah.
Ah,
One of them's called the large and one of them's called the small.
I could only make out those letters, but I have to read it again.
Yeah.
I haven't got it full screen.
That's it. Finally, Clive's got it. With the large Magellanic Cloud and the small Magellanic Cloud, it is the Magellanic Clouds.
I wouldn't have got
Yeah,
it.
they were originally thought to be nebula because of their wispiness.
Wow.
But now we realise that they're galaxies. They're the nearest galaxies to us.
Wow.
Hmm.
And because of the
Okay.
cloudiness of the look of it, that's why they call it a cloud. At our distance, until you zoomed
Because
in
it
on
does literally, yeah, it literally does look like a cloud. Yeah,
until you
that's
zoom in.
right. Yeah. Okay. Question 3. Along with violation of baryon number and CP conservation, its violation is one of the 3 requirements of the Sakharov condition. So we're talking about something that can be violated. We're not talking about Terry's ass. Okay. This condition must hold in order for Kirchhoff's law to be applicable. Not lepton number, no. Think of something in physics that's normally conserved. In fact, a lot of rules of physics rely on the conservation of this quantity. In a quasi-static process, it must be infinitesimally close at all times, making it a necessary condition for reversibility. The laws of physics. That pretty much covers a lot of things, doesn't it?
Well, it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Not charge conservation, no. At constant volume, temperature, and particle number, it is attained at the minimum of the Helmholtz free energy. What is attained? Not momentum, no. Big Blue has it correct. Well done. What is this condition? The subject of the 0th law of thermodynamics. Come on. The flurfers get it wrong all the time. What's being shown in that diagram? Not polarity. Four. Dave Cannabis says 4. Do you know, Terry?
Going by
What
the
about thermodynamics?
the picture clue's giving me a clue.
Yes, what is the clue? What do you think it is? What is the 0th law of thermodynamics all about? No, not entropy.
That's the word probably I was thinking of, something like that.
No, that's not about entropy. Conservation of energy? Not really. Okay. Finally, Irish Stew has it.
Something to do with the closed system?
Irish Stew has it correct. Thermal equilibrium.
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
Well
have got
done,
that.
Big Blue and Irish Stew.
I
Took a bit of coaxing to get that one out, but there you go.
I know. I DM Blue and he didn't respond.
Okay. Thermal equilibrium. Okay. Question 4. The conservation of this quantity in the merger model of galactic formation helps explain the formation of elliptical galaxies and galactic bulges. So what quantity is it we're talking about this time?
Galactic.
Hmm.
Something to do with the model of galactic formation.
Yeah, think of two galaxies merging. What do you think would be conserved in the merger of two galaxies?
The only stuff I'm thinking of is that.
Lindsay dynamics, or Stu? No, that's not the answer, Terry. But we do have a correct answer out in the peanuts. Together with charge and mass, this is the only other quantity that can be possessed by a black hole, according to the no-hair theorem. And Big Blue has it right in the internal chat. Well done to Big Blue and to Clive Wells, who both got the correct answer, which is angular momentum.
Oh.
In quantum mechanics, states suppressed through the addition of this quantity, repressed through the addition of this quantity, are often written with Chebyshev-Gordon coefficients, and in general, this quantity corresponds to the Noether charge associated with rotational invariance, which probably meant nothing to you. The eigenfunctions of this quantum form are spherical harmonics, and in the Bohr model of the electron, it is quantified in units of h bar. Identify this quantity whose time derivative is the torque, and which is typically given in mechanics as the cross product of the radius with the linear momentum. It is angular momentum. Conservation of angular momentum. Okay, that was a hard one. Question 5. The second derivative of this quantity with respect to wavelength is proportional to a wave's group velocity, dispersion parameter. What is it we're talking about now? Which quantity?
Obviously, there must be a first derivative of this quantity too.
There must be, because you can't get to the second derivative unless you've done the first derivative, can you?
Okay.
The second derivative would be the first derivative of the first derivative, wouldn't it?
Okay.
Oddly enough, it would be.
It would be, yeah.
You're not helping.
The empirical Hartmann formula approximates this value over a restricted wavelength range. Not frequency. No. Okay. Other approximations of it can be made using the first two terms in a power series involving the inverse square of wavelength, first developed by Cauchy, the empirically based Sellmeier equation, and taking the square root of an object's relative permittivity. Not speed, not frequency, not propagation of waves. No. Name this physical quantity found in Snell's law, the ratio between the speed of light in a medium and the speed of light in a vacuum. That should give it away.
Yeah, that does give it away. I didn't say I knew what it was. I just said that. But I know a little bit about Snell's law.
What's Snell's law all about?
Refraction, something to do with refraction.
Clive Wells has it right, except I don't know what a refractive 8 index is. Clive Wells has the right answer. Refractive index is the correct answer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to type with to do with the Snell's law. But I didn't know about the other word next to it.
Yeah, there. Refractive index was the correct answer. Where's my thing? Okay. Question 6. Here's one for the computer nerds. Metafiles such as a mapping between upper and lowercase letters, a quota, and the volume-free space bitmap are preceded by the $sign in this scheme. What scheme is it we're talking about? Have you got an air horn you can play loud to wake Alan up, Terry? Or should we just let him sleep?
Oh, I'll just mute you.
Yeah. Not prostitution.
Huh? How do you get that one?
I don't know how you get prostitution out of that. No. Okay. Unlike its predecessor, the MFT record can be used to avoid allocating clusters when doing so is not needed. Not VFAT. No, not pyramid. Not environment variable. No, not a Ponzi scheme. No. Not the pyramid scheme. No. Version 5 introduced repass points, which can be used for useful things such as directory junctions and volume mount points. Not extension 4, no. Also, it locates the boot sector in both the first and last sectors. Not a page file, no. Not Linux, no.
NTFS?
NTFS would be the correct answer. Well done, Dora. It has a limit of 32,767 characters for path length and nearly 16 exabytes for file size. Named the successor to FAT, the file system used by Windows 2000 and XP, it is, of course, NTFS, which stands for New Technology File System.
Not to be confused with old technology file system.
That's right. Yeah. All right, question 7. A hypothetical one that contains a neutron star inside it is known as a Thorne-Zitkow object.
Everyone's going, go Dora.
Yeah. Well, she's doing pretty well.
Yeah.
The tip of the branch of this type is used to find the distance and relative motion of galaxies. Not a Romulan warp drive, no. I like the answer though.
Yeah.
You know Anna Zitkow, do you? Wow.
And if
Well,
it
then
was
you
a
should know
Romulan
what
warp
she's into.
And if it was a Romulan warp drive and it was the answer, I would have been really surprised.
Yeah. Not wormholes, Dave, no. Some less prominent examples include the third star to have its surface resolved, Myra A and Gamma Crucis. Not a wet fingertip. Not a Tesla coil, no. That would be correct, Big Blue.
Ah!
Big Blue has the correct answer. Yes.
I'll type Blue. What's the answer, Blue? I asked him before.
They eventually end with a journey through the asymptotic branch and the formation of a planetary nebula. Not a quasar, no. Come on, peanuts. Chemically, this stage begins when hydrogen is depleted in the core and helium burning begins, causing the surface to expand and cool.
Me science fiction things coming into it.
Okay. Wrong colour, Terry. They consist of most of the K and M class stars that are not main sequence.
Okay, I'll
We
try.
have
I'll try a different colour. I'll try a different colour.
you were beaten out in the peanuts by Clive.
Oh bugger! Clive,
You finally got the right.
you beat me by that much.
Yeah, by this much. Would you believe? And the correct answer, well done, Clive Wells, and well done, Blue, were red giants. Identify this class of stars that includes Arcturus and Aldebaran, and that in 5 billion years will include the Sun. It is, of course, red giants.
And I didn't get any help that time, except I had the wrong colour.
Yeah. Okay. Question 8. E.N. Parker demonstrated that the conducting plasma associated with magnetic buoyancy will be affected by this effect to produce colloidal components, thus leading to a solar dynamo model.
Jeez, if anyone can get it from that.
What the heck are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Little Wolf says, Clive, keep beating Terry.
Okay, a quick second clue then.
Yeah.
Electrical machinery often includes a compensation for this effect, known as the Christoffel voltage. Not the Meissner effect, no.
I know it's not right, but I'll just put a word that
Okay.
until I can get a.
Can I get that question and finish? That's not the right word, Terry, no.
Okay.
Not eddy currents. Okay. Systems strongly influenced by this effect have a small Rossby number, and one of its applications is the mass flow meter. Not grounding, no.
It's something to do with.
It's something you all know about and you've argued about with Flurfers.
Oh shit! I spelt it wrong.
Big Blue beat everyone again.
Yeah.
With the correct answer.
Yeah, with the correct answer.
Well done, Blue. Okay, another clue. This effect is responsible for the existence of Hadley and Ferrel cells, as well as Kelvin waves, in which the effect is balanced against a physical boundary. Not magnetics, Terry. No, not fluid dynamics, not amps, but Irish Stew has come out with the correct answer, along with Blue. Well done, Irish Stew, for the Coriolis effect. It is given as twice the cross product of the angular velocity and the linear velocity. More commonly, it is known as the cause of the precession of the Foucault pendulum, off-target artillery, and the rotation of hurricanes. Identify this inertial effect that is not the reason toilets flush in a particular direction, depending on your hemisphere.
Yeah, I would have got it from the second last clue, definitely.
Yeah. It is the Coriolis effect. Yeah. So
I should have waited to the second
affects
last.
a lot more things than you think.
Yeah, I should have waited to the second last clue.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Question 9.
The Flurfs don't realize how often Coriolis actually does come up.
It comes up in a lot of areas of physics, not just motion, not just ballistics. It's in a lot of things. Yeah.
Oh Christ, yes. Got to worry about it with helicopter blades and stuff like that.
Yep. 9. Cooper and Fazio's new look model of it says it is caused by the violation of social norms. What's caused by the violation of social norms? Again, this is something that anybody who argues with Flurfers would know about. I'll give you a clue. other than the ones that I'd normally give you here. It's 2 words. Not Lindsay, no. Elliot Aronson's self-consistency model believes that it is caused by acts that conflict with people's desire to see themselves as competent or moral. Not gender, not the Dunning-Kruger effect, no. That is correct, Big Blue. Well done. Not gender identification, no. Its developer demonstrated that it resulted from insufficient justification in a 1959 experiment where subjects performed boring tasks and were paid either $1 or $20 to tell others that they were interesting. You're on the right track, Clive, but that's not the set of words I was thinking. That is the correct ones. Ozzie Snurg. That is correct. Cognitive dissonance is the word that we were after. First proposed by Leon Festinger, identified this theory which attributes attitude change to the inconsistencies between 2 cognitions. It is cognitive dissonance. Yeah, well done. Question 10. It is characterized by loss of collagen production, which weakens the capillaries and causes internal hemorrhaging. So it's a disease we're after here. What disease are we talking about? Okay, another clue. Its first visible symptom is usually bleeding around the gums. Alan is correct. Alan's awake again. Welcome back, Alan. You might need to unmute Alan, Terry.
Yeah, I tried to temporarily unmute myself just then and just typed a hell of a load of spaces in the message instead.
Okay,
Oh, well.
But you're correct, Alan. That is the correct one. It's not stupidity. It's not sickle cell. It's not varicose veins. Peanuts, no. If left untreated, it can lead to blindness and muscular debilitation. And yes, we finally have it out in the Peanuts. Fred Knotts first, followed very closely by Ozzie Snurg with scurvy. It was once common amongst prisoners and sailors. Named this deficiency disease, which can often be cured by eating limes or other foods rich in vitamin C. It is, of course, scurvy. That is your quiz for today. There you go.
Hey! Well, now your brains are filled up with a lot of stuff, we can unfill it with some videos.
Yeah, apologies for falling asleep in the quiz, Paul.
That's okay. You weren't disruptive, Alan. It just I knew you were asleep because you were breathing and you weren't answering any of the questions. Because I knew that you would. I knew that you would know some of. I knew you would know some of those answers, and when they weren't coming from you, I thought, well, you must be asleep.
Yeah. With deductive reasoning.
You can sleep anytime you like. Anytime
That's
you like,
right.
Alan. That
Yeah.
just means I don't have to type as damn fast. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Damn, did I miss a quiz where I might have got a lot more answers right?
You
Yeah.
might have. You might have got some right. You want us to do the quiz again, Alan?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Dora says she likes them hard.
What the question? She likes hard questions.
Is
Moving on.
she talking about the quiz or?
Yeah, I think she is. Yeah, I think she is.
Press play, Terry.
Oh dear. Okay, what have we
Quickly.
got? Yeah, wait a minute. I'm trying to work out which one to play. We've got a few different ones here. Got a couple of Wallies. We've got a Wade's Underworld one. I haven't played him for a while. We've got a Blue Marble Science. We've got a couple of Wallies. And I think I've got a Psyman down. I haven't played Psyman for a couple of episodes. So we'll do a Wade's Underworld since we haven't played him for a while.
There. This is Nelson Bay in New South Wales, Australia. The spot I'm standing on is called Fly Point, and we're looking out to the west. It's a really nice spot. I've spent the last few weeks collecting footage here whenever I got the chance. My target area of observation is the gap here. It's about 10 kilometres away, give or take a few kilometres, and makes for a good observation point for trying to see boats over the horizon on calm water. And if I put up a Google Earth image of the spot, here's where I'm standing. We're looking across to here, and there's a couple of islands that'll be better visible when I zoom in. The hills in the far background are pretty far away, probably double the distance to the islands. I've filmed tons of footage here over several days, so you might see the conditions change between shots, but it's basically the same calm weather. So here we go. I made sure I kept the camera at least 4 feet above the water to get over any interference such as waves, etc. And as I pan across, we see our first boats. And it's pretty clear to see that something is a little off about them. For example, their entire hulls are missing. I get how sometimes atmospheric conditions such as refraction and the many different types of mirages can distort boats at this distance, but what I see here are some very clear, obvious sails of boats over the horizon, whose hulls are being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. I also got a few still shots that give us a better view of what's happening. I did post one of these on Twitter with the usual responses from flat earthers, and I do sometimes enjoy their strawman attempts to discredit the globe earth reality, like this one here. They just don't quite get it. I did try and explain to him that the scene is more like this, with the camera here and the boats over here. It's still not to scale, but trying to get a flat earther to understand scale, as you all know, is incredibly difficult. I also got a couple of power boats going over the horizon. I'll speed this footage up a bit here, and we can also make out some more sailboats even further away from the first boats I showed you. And there goes the power boats over the horizon. Flat earthers will say the boat has gone into the vanishing point, but I say this, look at the hills in the very far distance. We can still make out individual trees along the top, so why haven't they gone into the vanishing point? I got something interesting as well. I let the camera film for about 6 or 7 minutes. I'll speed it up, but watch what happened. I'll make a mark just here and speed it up. I've seen this effect a few times now, and I made sure the camera was extra sturdy, and this is refraction. It's not just one area, the area that's moving, the whole horizon is shifting up and down. So anything in that field of view is all shifting together. I thought it's pretty cool. Anyway, it's a great spot for filming this kind of thing. I've got a ton more footage, but that'll probably do for now. I'll try and get my ass into gear and edit some more videos. Thanks heaps for watching. A humongous thanks to my patrons. See ya.
Yeah, that's just up the coast from up near Newcastle way, Nelson Bay.
Whose video was it? Was that?
Wade's Underworld.
Oh, okay.
I
It's a
haven't
pretty
played.
good shot of the pretty good shot of how the horizon rises and falls from the refraction. That was really good.
Yeah, and it's an effect that you expect.
I also got a few.
It's not surprising.
Yeah, I like that
Not
one.
at all surprising. That's what should happen.
Yeah.
That's been what should happen. But when you have idiots like Nathan Oakley and company trying somehow to use the distance to the apparent horizon as a method of measuring the radius of the Earth, that's not what you can do with this sort of video. The Alberini method is a little bit better, but it's still prone to error, as we know. I mean, you can get a fair approximation of Earth size doing it Alberini's way, but you got to be 1,200 feet up in the air to do it. All these low altitude, low vantage point videos proof is that the horizon can appear just about any damn place it wants to on any given day. And you're not seeing more or less than you should. You're seeing exactly what you should see on that day at that time. Yeah.
Yep.
You peanuts should be subbed to him already. He gets shilled in the Discord, so that's not our responsibility. It's yours. I'll do a Wally. Which Wally's first? July 23rd. And he just did one again, so that's came out just then. So we'll do a Wally and then got that one. Oh, we'll do Simon after Wally. Beacon fell to Isle of Man, 84 miles and lots of curvature evidence via missing mountain base. Okay, what's this one? I know somebody's typing.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, I love Sandra's channel. She does the best photography, but in the comments section it was full of FE attaboys and their derp. Well, there was a lot of big names all praising the great flatness, but not a single one of them checking it or whether it actually showed flat or not. Well, a sub of mine, MN, was leading the charge and he was poking some flatties like Eggman and FPV Angel, and he was doing a great job until I stomped all over his fun time. Sorry mate. But Eminem really had a great thought, so let's have a look at his cunning plan. But first, anyone can easily grab Walter Bislin's Earth Curve calculator and plug in the numbers that Sandra so kindly supplied, and a big kudos to Sandra for being a good flurf and supplying all the references. So we can see that if you assume zero refraction, then all of South Barrel is, well, gone baby gone. But we're not living on the moon, we have an atmosphere, the atmosphere has a gradient and there is refraction. So even applying standard refraction, so basically just another day on the Irish Sea, we would see 295 feet would be visible. Sorry flatties, well that was super easy, barely an inconvenience. Now what of MN's cunning plan? Well, it's very simple. He asked where Kronk ne Ailar, henceforth shall be known as Kronk, he asked where is it? Now Kronk is a prominence 2.18 miles to the southwest of South Barrel, and it's 1,434 feet, just a little bit lower than South Barrel, and it's not visible from Beacon Fell in this particular observation. This means you're only seeing about the top 200 feet of South Barrel. Well played, MN, well played indeed. So I bet by now you're all asking, Wally, where is Gronk? Well, I thought I would figure it out this way. I drew two lines on Google Earth and then matched up all the turbines in between the lines. And match up perfectly, they did too, by the way. So Gronk is way over here on the left side and, well below the horizon it would seem. Very nice. Oh, and FPV Angel, I love your comment. Deserves a medal for the weakest debunk yet. All you have is Google Earth. Well, mate, if that's all I've got, a highly accurate, reliable mapping system based on a globe model that uses real-world data and is perfect every single time, I'll take it. By now, I was a tad hooked on this image. I was wondering, what other ways can I see the curve? I was wondering if a simple proportion of the angular sizes would work. So, if a 98 metre tall turbine at 32.5 miles away is 720 pixels high, then how big is a 320 pixel high object at 84 miles? Well, the answer is 367 feet of bigness, and that is rather close to the 295 feet that Walter Bisden's Earth Curve calculator calculates. And then I was wondering, where is the base of South Barrel, given that the top is, well, right where we see it? So if a 98 metre turbine at 32.5 miles is 218 pixels high, then 483 metres high South Barrel at 84 miles would be 414 pixels peak to base. And that puts the base right about here where this horizontal red line is. And the only way that base can be there is, you guessed it, Earth curve. So when you're looking at a scene like this and you see the camera and the target are both higher than the thing in the middle, and yet the lower thing is higher than the higher things, i.e. the turbine, ask yourself, or your flatties, why is this taller South Barrel appearing lower than the top of the turbines? Now if you can tell me, drop your answer in the comment. If you can't tell me, then go and ask Nathan or Eggman or whoever your flirt daddy happens to be. See if they can do some thought leading for you. Oh, and speaking of Eggman, Eminem had an even more cunning plan for Sleepy. A plan so cunning you could pin a tail on it and call it a fox. But of course, Sleeping Warrior, he didn't touch it. Of course he didn't, because he can't. Thanks guys. Now go and do some button clicking thing and make my videos pop. Thanks guys.
I don't know how many of those images we're going to show the flush. Don't know which ones.
I know the P900 is not a lot of use for much, but they've really buggered that one up, haven't they?
Oh, I'm going to zoom back out again.
Yeah.
How many times zoom would that be for to get that?
So one, was that a 900 or 1,000?
It doesn't say. Did he say? P900.
I didn't hear him say.
P900 size. It's 83 and a third times zoom.
Wow.
But of course you have to be very careful about using the zoom ratio of a lens to describe how much magnification you may or may not see, because the zoom ratio just refers to the difference in focal length between the wide end of it and the long end of it. So in the case of the P900, that's essentially the ratio between 24 and 2000. And for a P1000 it's even more because it's the ratio between 3000 and 24. So 125 times. But as I said, that speaks nothing to the actual magnification at the film plane.
Oh, what's that, Wally? Video from yesterday. Have I got that one? What's that one? We just played that one.
Dave, I was just assuming optical because, as I understand it, the P900 has a 35mm equivalent field of view of a 24 to 2000mm lens, and then the 1000 is 24 to 3000. But yeah, you can add digital zoom, but digital zoom doesn't give you anything. It just makes it just pretends to insert pixels between the ones you've actually got. And yeah, interpolation is just pretending.
Yeah.
You don't get any new information.
Yeah. But regardless of that, wind turbines, towers, mountains, it's all the same thing that they all deny. Well, you've got 3 videos left. You've got a new Where's Wally, a Blue Marble Science, and a Simon Dan. Any particular order, Peanuts? Wait for the chat to catch up.
Let's have blue first.
Yeah, come on, because we've already had a Wally.
Oh, so we'll do blue, then do Simon.
Yep.
Oh, no, we've got a Dan. Need one more for blue, and then you get a blue, because you 2 of you voted for blue.
Come on, blue, vote for blue.
No, blue can't vote for himself.
I can't do that.
Yeah, he can't vote for
I can't
himself.
do that.
Dan, blue, then Wally. I got from Little Wolf. One more for blue. Okay, well, there's only 2 for Dan, and then 1 for Wally. Okay, we've got a blue. We've got okay. Jeez. I know whose side they're on. Play Mr. Sensible's video first. I haven't got Mr. Sensible. All we can see is Paul masticating.
Pepperoni.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. You can I'll get that word out again. Think about it to say it. You can anyway, forget it.
Masticate.
That's the word. Yeah, I know, I said it right the first time. And then when I had to think about to say it, I couldn't say it. But you can do that all you want now. I don't think they can see you. Best for last. Oh, that's a controversial thing. Alright, we've got blue. Now, blue can't say press the P word now, so...
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. How stupid can you be, Nathan? I know you think that was a challenge. Let's listen to an idiot talk about Coriolis. Warning. Severe facial and monitor damage alert is... Well, you guys know all this. Oven mitts. Move the monitors back. Let's light a dumpster fire and have some fun.
So to have Coriolis, we'll be turning beneath, specifically at hot air balloon burrows. No, we're not turning underneath hot air balloons.
No, we're not turning under hot air balloons, dummy. Hot air balloons are floating in the atmosphere, which is rotating with the Earth. The Earth is not rotating underneath the hot air balloons. What the hell is wrong with you?
Or no, we wouldn't have that effect if I'm on a roundabout turning beneath a hot air balloon.
But we're not on a roundabout, are we, Nathan? And the atmosphere above the roundabout's not rotating with the roundabout like it rotates with the Earth. Is it, Nathan? So what you just said actually is one of these guys, isn't it, Nathan?
I'm pretty certain on a roundabout I'd have that effect. No, you think if I am on a roundabout, the hot air balloon tracks with the roundabout? No. So if I'm on an Earth that's turning, like the roundabout, I'm going to turn underneath the hot air balloon to see this effect, aren't I, Virus?
What?
How many times have we gone through this with you idiots? The Coriolis force is an inertial force that acts on objects that are in motion within a frame of reference that rotates. I've got two questions for you, Nathan. How fast is a hot air balloon moving in the non-inertial reference frame that consists of the Earth and our atmosphere? And number two, how much Coriolis force do you think would be associated with an object that is that size moving that slowly? Well, the answer is about as much force as these guys are exerting.
Alan! Steve! But we don't.
Not for Coriolis.
No, so we don't have Coriolis effect on Earth.
Well, that's a non sequitur to Coriolis.
It is Coriolis, as you conceded. Suddenly a non sequitur because Earth's not turning beneath a hot air balloon. No, Earth just doesn't have Coriolis. Not non sequitur, just not happening.
Non sequitur.
Sorry, don't you know your own stupid model? Earth is definitely claimed to have Coriolis effect.
Not for a hot air balloon.
Anti-flat Earther suddenly.
Nope.
Ah, geez. Just when you think they've bottomed out, they start digging again. Hey, thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe buttons down there. Click the little bell if you want notifications. Shout out to the patrons and the PayPals. Really appreciate everything you guys do. And we'll see you on the next one.
Are you talking to Reese?
Well, it had to be done, didn't it?
Yes, it had to be. I think Nathan nearly confused himself on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although of course the retard that comment refers to is the other one, the plain truth, who also can't do Coriolis.
Yeah.
None of them can.
They all want me to hit a like for you.
So try to understand it.
They all want me to hit a like. Okay. Well, I can only hit one.
Well, you'll all have to go over. You'll all have to go over to Blue's channel and watch the video and add the like there, won't you?
Yeah. It's over in the Discord.
Yeah, it's okay. You can do that. That's allowed.
Yeah, just wait until we finish the stream. That's all. Because you can't cross the streams.
No, you can't cross.
Don't
the
cross
stream.
the streams.
No.
Yeah, just watch me.
I'll stick a link to it in the chat, though.
Yeah, you're welcome. You can stick anything in
I can
there.
do that. Yeah.
I mean, within reason.
There.
Okay. See, Blue Marble Science. Go to that YouTube channel. Was it the channel or the link to that video?
Looking at that link, it's a link to a video.
Okay.
because it's got watch.
Already done. Did
name.
do that. Okay. Okay, I'll get out of there.
Already done, did do that.
Already done, did do that. Yeah, that's it. Grammar good, Dave does. Did.
Good man, Dave.
I don't know why they keep bringing a roundabout in for things like the Coriolis.
Well, because roundabouts are really handy for demonstrating what the Coriolis effect does.
Yeah.
Well, sort of.
Yes. Yeah. Sort of.
With limitations. Yeah.
Yeah, with limitations.
It's really handy if you're talking to a bunch of 11-year-olds, but
yeah,
it's not a particularly good model. It's not a good model at all when you start talking about what the Earth does.
Yeah. I tried to show that video with the Coriolis on a roundabout with the people throwing the ball to one another, but they couldn't work out which reference frame they were in when they were looking at it.
Yeah, well, the
Are you talking to Reed?
Yeah, exactly.
was just after we'd shown that to Travis, and then we'd shown him the Tom Scott video of him in the sealed room that spins round.
Yeah.
Doing pretty much the same thing, because he wanted the air to be going round with the thing and everything. So yeah, we showed that, and that was literally the point. We'd just shown him all of that, and he was still denying it all when that certain person walked in and asked me that question. Oh.
They get off on this 2 reference frame stuff all the time with Coriolis, and it's because of the way that description is written in Wikipedia.
Mm.
And it's almost unfortunate. I feel like contacting whoever the author of that thing is and saying, hey, could we reword that a little bit? Because it literally says when an object moves in a frame of reference that rotates with respect to an inertial frame, which is a very precise definition of a rotating frame of reference, and I give them credit for that. But the inertial frame has nothing to do with frigging Coriolis. It's just there in order to say, yes, I have a rotating frame. That's all.
Yeah. Well, Blue, it's Wikipedia. You can edit it yourself, you know.
Yeah.
Well, their misunderstanding of Coriolis basically stems from their inability to comprehend what reference frames actually are.
That's true.
Hmm.
Absolutely true.
I mean, anyone who thinks that you can leave one reference frame and enter another has a fundamental misconception of what reference frames really are.
Yeah, they treat it like they're like reference frames are rooms of your house. You leave the living room and go into the dining room. No, you don't.
No.
Yeah, the other person in the other room has got a different reference frame to you.
No, it's like when I lived in a one room bed set. It's all there, all in the same damn room. It just depends which way you're looking at the room. Am I looking at the kitchen or am I looking at the bed?
I mean, essentially, you're in all reference frames all the time. I mean, it doesn't matter what coordinate system you use, you're still in the universe. Right.
You haven't left the universe lately, have you?
Yeah.
Clearly there are an infinite number of reference frames. You can't number the reference frame.
Yeah.
And everything appears in every reference frame. We can pick any one you want. Pick one on the top of your desk right now, and you can define from that origin everything in the universe from that point. Its location, its movement, everything.
I mean, sometimes some reference frames work better than other reference frames at times.
Well, they're chosen for their convenience, aren't they, Alan?
Of
you
course.
know, in that the equations that describe the motion within the reference frame become simpler if you choose the correct reference frame. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we choose some point on the planet Earth to be the centre of our reference frame, that's fine. But all the motions of everything in the universe becomes very complicated very quickly in relation to it. So we probably would not choose to do that, would we?
No.
The final nail in the flat Earth coffin.
Well, I don't think so.
There is no such thing as a final nail. It's an infinite number of nails.
Keep putting a nail in the coffin for it, flat Earth, but yeah.
Looked at the first 2/3 of the Eric Dubay Flat Earth documentary Level, where he and his friends talk about the same old nonsense that we've seen and heard before, with some snazzy effects thrown in. Well, today we take a look at the third and final part of his documentary, where we finish it off for good. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a quick thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Curiosity Stream. Now, Curiosity Stream is smart TV for your smart. $99 for a subscription for the whole year. Right, back to today's video where we are dissecting the final third of Eric Dubay's documentary. We catch up with him and his buddies when they start to mock channel friend Professor Dave.
Ask any airline pilot what the shape of the Earth is. When they're done laughing at you, they'll tell you it's a sphere.
That's not, no, the ground looks to us like it's standing still.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
No.
No? What'd you see while we were up there?
Just the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now this is an odd one. No, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane usually. However, pilots should know that everything they use and everything they do on a plane is because of and related to the fact the Earth is a sphere. Additionally, the horizon is a product of Earth's curvature. So whilst you wouldn't see curve from left to right, you'd still see things appear from over the curve in front of you.
Thank you.
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
That's true?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
All right.
God bless, brother.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No? There's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
Casey, how are you, mate? Pleased to meet you guys. There's no way there's curvature. We're round the flat, aren't we?
Definitely.
We are, aren't we? Thank you.
It looks like even pilots aren't immune to the flat Earth YouTubers.
Most pilots know their plane is flying over a plane.
Why do they
A stationary
have that
plane.
bloody music?
Always a
Hey?
So why do they always have the music playing?
Yeah, I've got no idea why they do that.
The copyrighted music.
smooth and level flight. We never feel the plane dipping its nose down.
What do you think that music's copyrighted for us to play it?
Well, you know, it's
We only feel the landing. Which flight route matches reality in your mind? If you chose the left, you may need medical attention. Everything beneath you while flying is level and motionless, just as expected, flying over a stationary plane. Sometimes it's hard to see far ahead of you, but other times...
You could probably see the Rockies from Kansas.
Wow.
But it's a clear day, but if it's smoky or hazy, obviously we can't see much.
The world is so generous in its beauty, and you do your best to take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous.
Silly.
What was that pilot saying? They could see a certain distance because of their altitude. That's basically what they were saying.
Well, yeah, you can see. You can see a long way. You're a long way up.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Act or not, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Having recorded a few pilots that may or may not be flat earthers, that doesn't mean that most pilots know that the Earth is flat. Most pilots, as Professor Dave said, would laugh at you.
Earth is flat and gorgeous, but they trick you to believe something else. Not every pilot instantly connects the dots and keeps quiet. Sometimes it can hit them 25 years later.
Australië.
I remember
en dan is van dit ding, we houden zijn stand, dus dit blijft blauw, dit blijft klein. Het is niet zo dat we opeens een omklapper de verkeerde kant. En dit was voor mij dat ik dacht, oh man.
Dit is Spaans.
Waar heb ik dat nooit eerder gezien na 25 jaar in de cockpit? Dus zo geïndoctrineerd zijn we dus allemaal. Ja, het is toch, het is ook gewoon heel vervelend. Het is gewoon heel vervelend. Dat je daar al die jaren naar hebt gekeken en dat het kwartje nooit is gevallen. En ook, zeg maar, toen ik eenmaal wist dat de aarde plat is, dat je naar buiten kijkt en dat je denkt, waarom heb ik nooit gezien hoe plat het eigenlijk is?
I find it very hard to believe that a true pilot with 25 years experience doesn't know how a gyroscope works.
Better late than never. Most pilots may have skipped over their training manuals. In their Flight Dynamics Summary, Section 112 explains all you'll need to know about what you're flying over. Heck, the military knows the same thing. NASA admits it as well. In tons of documents available to the public. They just assumed nobody would pay attention.
No, they just assumed that the people would understand that on all the documents you're showing here, the flat Earth was mentioned as an assumption. Look, the word flat even has quote marks around it.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
This comes from the Army Research Laboratory. This one's from the CIA. There's another one from NASA. This report documents the definitions of linear aircraft model for the rigid aircraft of consistent mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This comes right from our own government.
Terry, just a quick one. There's no such thing as an aircraft of constant mass. Well, apart from maybe a glider. Gliders are the only aircraft that can have a constant mass because they're the only ones that haven't got an engine, so they're the only ones that are not using fuel.
Yeah, there's no fuel, there's no engine, there's nothing.
Yeah. Well, maybe an electric aircraft would, because you know, the battery, you don't lose mass out of a battery, do you?
No.
But I think most aircraft that might have an electric engine, etc., are probably very glider-like anyway, because, you know.
What was the date of that report? Can you back up just slightly and see what date that thing had on it? Or does he actually show the front of it?
I believe that one's from the early 70s, Blue. I think I've seen it before. It's like 1973. Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah, it says 2001.
Oh, propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth.
It's got no other reference to what it is.
This one's from
That's a different document.
the CIA. There's another one from.
There's that one.
Oh, I think that NASA one's the one from the 80s. It's basically talking about programming computers to do flight simulation and what assumptions you need to make the maths easy enough that the damn thing works.
Yeah.
Without the computer going bloody bananas.
It would do.
From NASA. This report documents the definitions of linear aircraft model for the rigid aircraft of consistent mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This comes right
that's
from
the
our
calculation
government.
for
Now, I
it.
have available 44 documents. Who do I give them to, sir?
You give those to the city clerk, please.
Which is this person here. So what I want is a law that's passed that we can't teach anything about the globe. We have to teach the truth of how things are.
This guy wants a law to teach flat Earth. Good luck with that one.
From the documents to the imagery, they are not flying around a curve heading to outer space. They are flying over a stationary, flat plane. Stop falling for the illusions. Every rocket goes up and then levels out.
Oh, you got to be kidding! They're using that one.
Well, they kind of do, don't they? When they get into orbit. Usually, by the time they're in orbit, the body of the rocket is pointing in the direction that it would be. It is pointing in the direction of the orbit, because it's a bit pointless letting it spin round.
Yeah.
And point in a different direction.
Well,
especially if it's still under power.
Yeah, but the argument is, why don't rockets just go straight up? That's their argument. They see the rockets go on like that, and they go, okay.
Because it needs to be going at approximately 17,000 miles an hour to be in low Earth orbit.
And you can't just go straight up and then hang a left or a right to go into orbit.
No, you need to be going. You need to be going at that speed parallel to the. You need to be going at roughly that speed parallel to the surface of the planet.
Yeah.
Most of NASA's rockets launch from Florida and head towards the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh,
well,
no.
Besides the...
I'll throw the Bermuda Triangle in. Yeah, that'll help. That'll help. Is that because there's ocean out that way, or is it just because the Bermuda Triangle's out there?
Occasional. They're not shy about showing the truth in plain sight. 125 alleged miles up, and they show you our level horizon with a local sun.
That doesn't look level to me. It actually looks convex.
Oh wow, that camera lens is really, what do they call it? Not fisheye. Is it fisheye, or that one, or the other one?
The shot on the left is definitely shot with a fisheye lens.
So we live on a concave Earth, not a convex Earth.
Concave Earth.
That tells you that the lens of the camera is skewing the image.
Then quickly switch cameras to their fisheye lens, as if that didn't just happen.
No, I think you know, Eric, that it was always a fisheye lens and that it was constantly distorting the image.
You have to pick one. You can't have both. Looks as if their cameras go about as high as most hot air balloons do before they burst. Who do they think they're fooling? But let me guess. You saw the curvature in the images from satellites. The thousands of magical orbiting aluminum tin cans floating in space. It's all animation and games until one comes crashing down on your squad. Many crashed satellites have been reported.
No.
What the?
That didn't come down from orbit. Oh my god.
What it landed with its retro rockets and landed perfectly in someone's backyard in one piece. Exactly.
Yeah.
If that came from orbit, there wouldn't be that much of it left, and
there wouldn't be
intact.
No. There would be none of that left.
No.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the Google Project Loon balloons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reported the world over, and the one thing they all have in common is giant helium balloons attached to them. Of course, satellite technology is real.
Yeah, like that one
we
in
get
the
our
background
weather
here.
information.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, when Skylab came down, none of the pieces had helium balloons attached to it.
Well, we know about that.
No.
I'm still waiting for America because we were sending the littering bill to
pay the littering fine.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Blue, when are you paying that?
Hey, what are you guys doing with their damn Skylab?
Oh,
Give
now
it
you
back.
want it back now, do you?
Communication equipment, and even some internet service from them. Look up Google Loon, for example. It's not that they wouldn't use the magical floating satellites if they could, it's that they don't physically exist, nor does the globe.
Weather balloons do exist, obviously, not refuting that one. But so do satellites. Here is a picture of one taken from the ISS.
They have been sending these up one at a time since it all began. I will allow them to explain it.
He got a patent on that in 1950. And those early balloons were so large, they didn't have any way to launch them, except they actually launched them from aircraft carriers.
Modern scientific ballooning was born. It was also the genesis for NASA's newly developed super pressure balloon.
The reason for superpressure ballooning is they have absolutely stable altitude, day, night, and it doesn't matter how cold the atmosphere is. They are sealed.
So your shape is always the same, you always displace the same amount of air, and therefore you have the same amount of buoyancy all the time.
What is the point of this? No one is disputing the fact that we put up these sorts of balloons. What I do find confusing though is that you absolutely believe NASA when they say they're putting up these types of balloons. No doubting that whatsoever. But when they say they've been to space and the moon, then they're all liars.
This day-to-night altitude stability allows superpressure balloons and the sun.
Hi, I'm Matt, and this is NASA Now.
NASA's been using balloons for science research for over 30 years. The exploration that can be done on balloons is continuing to grow. The standard balloon that I fly is about 660 feet long when it's made. So when it's inflated, it's over 400 feet tall by 440 feet wide. Think of a dome stadium. That's how big my balloons are.
So let me get this straight. It is now public knowledge that they send up satellites on massive helium-filled balloons.
Yes, and as I said, no doubting NASA about this,
stop,
is there?
As you should know, NASA is the largest consumer of helium in the world.
Not satellites. They're not. The satellite has to be.
No, I'm going to say they're not satellites. They're not in orbit.
That's right.
They're I don't know what you want to call them, but basically they're just
high altitude balloons.
Well, they essentially do the same thing that a radio sonde does on a weather balloon. They take it takes samples of whatever it's taking samples of, and sends the information back to the ground, or it collects it, and then eventually when the balloon comes down, you go along and you've got a load of samples from the upper atmosphere. Because remember, NASA stands for the National Aeronautical and Space Administration. So they're interested in what the hell the atmosphere is doing as well.
Yeah. Yes, Dora, we weren't snickering about her big balloons. You're proud of us, okay.
For obvious reasons. But the issue with society is that they never critically think. Just think for a second here. If these are sent up to provide the world with all of the important information we need, and I'm sure the entire process is expensive and difficult to...
They're not sent up for that, they're sent up there for research purposes.
Well, and they don't provide us with all of the information we need. A lot of the information comes from other sources like satellites.
Oh, okay.
To accomplish. Then please explain to me, what in the flat world do these pathetic animations do for you? Do they make you happy inside? Are they so super duper cool that you cannot see past the obvious CGI? The fact of the matter is everything NASA sends up on a balloon simply hovers above our motionless Earth. That is why they rarely speak about orbiting satellites. And of course, they never show footage.
No, they never show footage. Never show any footage at all?
No.
Here is some footage of a random evening with a man, the moon, and his Nikon P900. Notice anything floating up there?
So, who cares, Eric? No one is denying that these balloons exist. It's like me trying to prove that there's no sharks in the ocean by constantly showing you pictures of whales.
Forget it, Bart. It's so bright out you can't see anything in the sky except the Fox satellite.
Another remarkable fact about NASA's balloon launches is that many are launched from Antarctica. Is it because we cannot travel past certain parallels to witness their launches with our own eyes?
No, you can't witness all of the launches, but they release a video for you all to see. Standard.
What else are they hiding from us over there? It would be nice if someone was allowed to truly explore Antarctica again. It sure has been a while since the last guy.
Greetings to you, my young friend. Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
What does this prove? Byrd saw a small portion of Antarctica. He knew there was a massive amount of it left to explore.
And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. But more important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime. Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources.
That's when the Antarctica Treaty came in.
Yeah, Byrd's last trip to the Antarctic was a huge undertaking by the US Navy in cooperation with the Air Force as well, I believe. And one of the things they did do is do a full circumnavigation of the continent. So Byrd knew full well exactly how big Antarctica was. And he also knew how much of Antarctica had already been explored, i.e. bugger all squared.
Yeah, but you hear him bring up the natural resources side of things and why the Antarctic Treaty came into it?
That's one of the reasons why the Antarctic Treaty came in, because it was decided that we maybe didn't want to fight over the place and start World War III. So if we all agree not to...
Sorry, Alan.
As I say, if we all agree not to go and rape the place for all the abundant stuff it's got, the world was going to be a better and safer place.
But that's not to say...
It's not so much about that. It's not so much about that.
Sorry to cut you off.
It's more...
Paul.
Yeah, it's more to be. It's more to do with keeping it a pristine environment to secure possibilities for scientific research into the future. That if you go and you rape and pillage the place and mine it, you lose that opportunity for the pristine environment to carry out scientific research.
Yeah, I quite agree, Paul.
What I was going to say was, but that's still not. But that's not saying that you can't still explore it in the context of just exploration, not for exploring it for its resources.
Yeah, of course you can explore it, and it has been done many times, and it still is being explored for scientific research.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty much anybody can go wherever they want. It's just. You have to okay it with your government, and you have to agree that should you get into trouble, they're just going to leave you to die.
Yeah, that's it. You may not get rescued.
Oh, and you better damn well make sure you bring all your crap back with you too.
Yeah, and take an extra pair of socks.
As big as the United States, that's never been seen by a human being.
Ah, it's Flat Earth Millionaire. He owes me $200,000.
Since late 2014, one of the biggest things I've heard, the Earth is flat. Why don't you find the edge and fall off? Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond?
Yes.
An ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here?
So what are you saying? That this ice wall is infinite?
Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks.
It doesn't have to be.
We keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome?
That'd be awesome, yes.
How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land, the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. And President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors, Operation Paperclip, to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there, look up here. Look, everybody, we're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided you or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
Okay, matey, how about you go and explore Antarctica without a guided tour or without the military? You won't be coming back. It's all to do with safety.
Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there, more to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
I'm sure a lot of you have heard about my $200,000 Globe Challenge.
Yeah, I won that.
And up to this point, no one has been successful at completing the challenge.
Oh, that is bullshit.
We've had a few clowns here and there that have stepped up to the plate.
Here we go.
And claimed victory.
That was me. I'm famous.
But at the end of the day, you can't make water stick to the bottom of a ball, much less spinning. Okay? You can't show where sea level turns to sea curve. There's no curvature on the x-axis or y-axis.
That stuff is flat.
Here's a fair challenge here for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why don't you get off your fat, lazy butt and out from behind your screens and your scripts?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles.
So Earth got a little bit wider at its equator than it did pole to pole.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out.
Like spinning pizza dough,
yeah.
It just gets flat.
If you were a cosmic giant and you came up to Earth and you rubbed your finger over Earth's surface, it would feel as smooth as a cue ball to you.
Wow.
If you shrunk Earth down to the size of a cue ball
it would be one of the smoothest, roundest cue balls ever made.
Not sure where they're going with this.
That's how round Earth is.
So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate. It's like pear-shaped.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's funny, 6 years ago I sent a whole bunch of questions for you to answer. I notice you haven't answered them.
That's because you're Dave Murphy, a flat earther who drinks wee-wee.
You're not a scientist. You're an actor with a couple of science degrees. There's people with those same qualifications flipping burgers in Burger King.
Is there? Well, even if there was, why is that a problem? At least they'd be working. Burger flipping is obviously beneath Dave. The funny thing is, though, that even the lowly burger flipper thinks the Earth is a globe. So, yeah.
So you don't impress me.
Neil Disgrace Tyson, you are a lying Jesuit thug and a deceiver. You are a degenerate from Good luck to all your lying when you're down in doing favours for and remember my name when you're in there. Santos Bonacci.
Hey Neil, you talk about pears so much. Why don't you try eating a few, you fat
Charming. What a real scientific documentary this has turned out to be.
That's actually good.
Hey Neil, if the level and motionless plane is so easily debunked, so easily refuted, then why don't you just debate Eric Dubay?
Why don't you get off your fat lazy butt out from behind your screens and your scripts
and debate Eric Dubay?
Good one. Eric doesn't debate. Nah. Eric, how many times has MC Toon offered to debate you? And how many times have you completely ignored that request?
You've heard the name Eric Dubay, but you're scared. You're chicken. You won't debate Eric Dubay because you don't have a script and lines and people telling you what to say. You know you'll get demolished. Why don't you just come on a podcast or any type of show, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe an hour, if you've got the and debate Eric Dubay.
I'm sure Neil feels a similar way to me about this. He doesn't debate established fact. However, I will say this, Eric. You can debate MC Toon live on this channel with the potential for a huge audience. Come on, Eric. You've got your mates to goad Neil deGrasse Tyson into a debate. Why don't you step into this arena and show us all what you've got? Of course, it'll all be variations from this shoddy documentary, so I guess you won't be accepting. Email me, Eric. Let's set this one up.
See how much of a man you are there, Mr. Mic Drop.
Looks like we're gonna have Eric Dubay, he said he's agreed to do it, talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson. What? Yes. I had asked you to debate one of them flat earth guys.
No, I can't, no.
I know. We talked about it and we were gonna have him on Skype.
No, what we do is, and I think this is a diabolical plot, so that the next time we can ship people en masse into orbit, they all want to be the first in line because they know we're going to send them. So that they can see the round Earth. They're going to be the first ones in space. Just so they can stop annoying the rest of us.
I don't think you're correct.
And I know that you're not correct. Why the backpedaling, Neil? You already agreed to debate me on Joe Rogan's podcast. The show was scheduled, posted on Joe's site, announced on air twice, and then you suddenly decided that you, quote, don't debate flat earthers.
Ah, man after my own heart. And why would you?
What happened? I'll tell you what happened. Someone at NASA told Neil, we're not going to let you go head to head with Eric Dubay because he'll make you look foolish.
Of course you did, Eric. How can you record this audio, Eric, when your head is shoved halfway up your bum?
Prove me wrong.
Yes, you'd like that, Eric, wouldn't you? Well, I think you're too scared to debate MC Toon. It can't be that hard, Eric. You were willing to make Neil deGrasse Tyson look like a fool, weren't you? MC Toon should be easy compared to that, shouldn't he? Come on, Eric, prove me wrong. Well, there we go. Eric Dubay's Flat Earth documentary level completely debunked from start to finish. Please do like the video. As I said in the first video, I'd like to have these 3 videos visible and available before anyone even sees the actual original documentary. 50,000 likes and we'll really step up this campaign to get Eric to debate MC Toon live on this channel. Thank you all so much for watching. Please do subscribe if you haven't done so already. It'd be truly appreciated. Just enough time to once again thank CuriosityStream for sponsoring today's video. Remember, click on the link in the description and put in my code SIMANDAN and you can get CuriosityStream for an entire year for only $14.99. I have been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend and I'll see you all on Tuesday for a brand new collab. See you then.
Hello.
Hello. Who's that naked person?
Hello.
Yeah, anyone out in the peanut gallery can join Discord if they wanted to say anything or say good day. Well, that's what I was wondering.
Link there. Yeah. I just haven't had my forgot my my avatar.
Yeah,
I don't know where that is now.
You used to have your cake on as your avatar. You must have lost your Zoom app on your PC because that's the way you usually do it. You open that up and then click the link.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Up in a minute.
We'll let you off once, and then the rest of the team will be
Ooh,
scolding you from now till eternity.
Yeah.
A couple of questions because my brother actually went and lived in Antarctica for 6 months. Right. Now he mentions Admiral James Byrd, who went to Antarctica. Now, how can he go to Antarctica if no one can actually go there? Can anyone answer that question?
Well, he went before they had the rule about nobody can go there, according to the flat earthers. According to the flat earthers.
Right.
So if he went there before they said that you couldn't go there. Yeah. Sorry.
They keep bringing him up when he's actually been to Antarctica 2 or 3 times, I think, on his journeys down there. To map out and do surveys of the place or to discover more of the place. And every time they say we can't go there because of this giant ice wall. And, so which one is it?
Is that a trick question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ozzie Energy, good morning, good night.
We keep asking them simple things like, how does the sun set? Where does it go at night? And they go, it's just so struggle to do anything.
Ozzie NRG, need to sleep. Thanks for the fun quiz too. That's directed at you, Paul.
Yep, thanks.
You asked some good questions, Paul.
Yeah.
Inverted commas.
Yeah.
No, I think the questions are always good. It's just,
yeah.
and I do like the format you have now, where it's
multiple clues.
Multiple clues, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It gives
but they're in the wrong
chance
order.
To realise what the answer is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're in the wrong order.
Yeah. Terry wants the easy clues first.
Easy questions first, yeah.
No, the easy clues first.
Yeah, the easy clues first, yeah.
I'll make a special quiz for you next time, Terry.
Yeah, but I think
I'll make a Terry quiz.
The peanuts will probably revolt to say it's too easy. Well, they couldn't get Joseph Banks, so that's something. There must be something there.
I suppose you could do one like, is it Jeopardy or something, where you give the answer and you've got to guess the question.
Oh, that'd be even harder. There used to be a TV show like that, didn't there?
Yeah, that's what I said. I think it's called Jeopardy.
I'll do the last video, Wally's one. Get that out of the road.
Oh, Wally nails it again.
Yeah, Wally did. Wally had one that I already was going to do, but then he just dropped this one, so we'll get this one going. Oh, go back.
See if you can spot the strings. Yeah.
It's only got 162 views at the moment, so 32 likes. So, it's only been out for the last few minutes.
CC Chris from Westchester, New York.
I'm no fan of Fair CC who wants to see the fourth wall, which is scientifically impossible. What fourth wall? Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, I thought that was spelled as in four.
G'day everybody, where's
You
Wally
understand
here?
about the fourth wall when
Well,
you
this
see it.
time I might go and have a look at CC. I'm no fan of Fair CC, but he wants to see the fourth wall on the ISS. Let's have a look.
Uh-oh, he's in his kitchen. And his missus is going to come walk around the corner any minute.
See, the ISS doesn't show you that, do they?
Yep, they do. Not all the time, but they do.
Because they can't. They can't show you that fourth wall.
Oh, yes, they can.
Where that camera's coming from right over there. You know why? Because the ISS is complete fucking bullshit. It doesn't exist.
So, if the ISS doesn't exist, what did this guy point his telescope at and take a picture of?
Okay. See, I'm looking at it right now and it actually looks like a 3D holographic image. That is amazing. Alright, let's see if we can do it on this camera.
I see CC Chris from Westchester likes to connect the dots.
I mean, it's amazing. Thank you for subbing, thank you for viewing my videos, and let me be a part of your life.
Ooh, that was just a little more than creepy. Okay, so enough of CC Chris from wherever. Let's just debunk CC by finishing off the bit of video I recorded from the video in the description. Oh, and just in case you're new to the internet, the video in question is a 360-degree video, meaning you can control where the camera is pointing. CC, watch them pass the microphone.
Yeah, and let my friends from the crew speak. We'll be playing with them today.
So, CC, can you show me a fourth wall here anywhere? Anywhere at all?
Badminton gives us a chance to get together and play on our days off. Of course, we have to modify the rules.
Now, I assume you thought the fourth wall was here because that's where the Hollywood studio, the director, the sound guy, the gaffer, the grip were all standing while they were making the video. Well, sorry about that, Chris. See, CC, the ISS is real.
That looks like fun playing badminton in the
I guess you're just going to have to deal with that.
Really hard to get that badminton on strings to stay in the same place, though.
A ball like this will work better. It'll be possibly less damaging. I don't think with that we can damage something.
I've never seen a shuttlecock move like that.
Это может быть интересно.
Yeah, it moves straight.
Хорошо, попробуем. Josh, you can give camera for me.
I mean, it obviously cocks aerodynamically because of the...
You mean the weight?
That way, it also
Weight
won't
on
get
one
caught
end.
Oh no,
because
because you've got yeah, the weight at one end and the feathers at the other. It's gonna cock, but it's not gonna.
That way, it also won't get caught in things so easily. And it might be
because they're in an atmosphere, so yeah, there is drag.
Maybe it'll bounce out of places. Friendly speaker, Mark. It works well.
But that shuttlecock's got no relative disequilibrium density.
Sorry.
And I like how they have to play while on the bits of the station where the bars are across, so that they can tuck their feet under them so they don't float off.
Thanks guys, this was too easy dealing with these couple of numpties who thought the fourth wall was the real killer for the ISS. It wasn't.
And that's why they can't show you the fourth wall. You see reflections on there and everything like that.
Oh dear.
They obviously they just watch each other's videos, and then they don't do their own research because they watched a YouTube video with somebody else in the flat Earth.
Well, we've got the ISS up there, the CSS up there, we've got the satellites up there. I mean, how much more did I want? We just recently had the giant, you could call dildo in space, if I could say that, and the Virgin one. So there you go.
Even if you give them a free flight in those new space tourism capsules that go up, they still come down and deny it.
Of course they would. That was the windows.
Yeah.
Because your eyeballs are curved.
Oh, is that it? The eyeballs curved.
What, you mean the magic windows that don't distort anything while you're on the ground, but do distort stuff once you get up in the air? Once you get up at the Kármán line.
That's right.
I don't know if Gary's out.
I mean, it's like Lindsay said about the black hole. That's where the magic comes from.
Magic comes from the hole.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
yeah, sorry, Stewie, I don't know where Gary is tonight. He's gone quiet.
That's the other thing. When, even at the Kármán line, you're not exactly going to see the whole disk of the Earth, or even very much. Of
course, you're not.
Side-to-side curvature.
You're not going to see
nowhere near high enough.
You're not. You're going to see less than 3% of the actual surface of the Earth at that height.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the curve that you will see on the horizon is more to do with the fact that when you look at a section of a sphere, you get a circle.
Yeah.
Or sorry, you get a circle-like curve, don't you?
So if anyone's got anything else or not?
No. Not me.
Not me? No, I'm done.
Not me.
I'm done.
So am I.
We're gonna make the 4-hour mark. Only got 14 and a half minutes.
You don't have to have 4 hours.
It'd look good on the YouTube, but it has 4.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it would.
When I see a video that's got 4 hours, I think, shit, have I got time to watch that?
No. Oh, my mum bakes cakes. Came back with his cake. It's the same cake.
Oh, that's a nice looking cake.
But it's always the same cake.
Obviously, he's not eating his cake because he's got it.
What's that saying? You can have your cake and can't eat it too. Check Mr. Sensible's video. It's funny. Old Mix wants to know.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I've watched it already. So yeah.
Give us a look. If it's not a very long one, we might be able to squeeze it in.
It's less than 14 minutes, I'd say. Definitely.
How far back do I have to go? Is it Eric Debay can't angular momentum? Busted with cheese?
That would be the one. Yep.
It goes for 10 minutes.
Cosmos website.
There we go.
Radiosapien Sapien was doing a series of videos on Eric's 200 proofs. He got to, I think, number 70 before he stopped.
That seems to be a common problem with people debunking Debay's 200 proofs. It gets... Well, I suppose what you do is you work out, you remove all the doubles and repeats and same thing, slightly different version. And then I guess you just debunk what's left.
And you still get it wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, at least it doesn't give you 200 to do. I think there probably is only about 30 or 40 different ones he's got anyway. Everything else is like repeats and restatements.
I will do this. We're missing a panel member tonight, so I don't know what's happened with that Wallace experiment that Farmer and Rumpus are doing. I haven't heard anything. I've got no news either way. So
missing Farmers, we're missing Casual Spaceman or
yeah,
M2M.
Yeah, we're missing both of them. But well, we got Farmer had an appointment with Rumpus, so I don't know how that's gone because I haven't heard anything either way.
Well, that's right. They're doing the
Wallace thing or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing the Wallace on the Bedford levels.
Yeah.
Okay. The actual Bedford levels.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they use because the thing is, there's two parallel cuts, and I'm not sure whether they're using the actual cut that Wallace and Thingy used, or the one next door, because you know it's. I don't think that really makes a lot of difference. They're like 100 yards apart or 100 meters apart, and parallel. But.
We'll try next Wednesday for that to find out. So we'll have to wait till then to get any news back for that one.
Yeah. I know they're doing the observations from the bridge at Welney, which is where Wallace and Robotham started from.
We grade our Harvard students next Wednesday. Terry.
Oh, okay.
So that means we weigh all 5,000 of them and divide them into heavies and lights.
One's with big brains and one with little brains.
Yeah.
Let's see which one's going to be the smartest duck.
Yeah.
Right. Earth moves very fast. It spins at a speed of about 1,000 miles per hour.
Hello.
Hey, who? What's up?
Nothing B. Watching Debay. Having a bud. What's up with you?
Nothing. Watching the game, having a bud.
True.
What's up?
What's up? What's up? You'll probably need a few of these. Today we're looking at Eric Debay. I want to give massive thanks to all of my supporting members and patrons. Thank you all so very much. So it seems that Eric has got himself all in a spin about spin. Better tell us about it, Eric.
Roll VT. Consult any mainstream science publication.
It's only worth consulting them if you actually understand what they're saying.
Or ask any science teacher.
It's only worth asking them if you actually listen to what they reply.
Why can't we feel the Earth spinning? And they will unanimously reply,
You've been eating crayons, Eric, but you're not getting enough greens.
That it is because the globe spins at a perfect constant speed, and we can only feel acceleration or deceleration.
That's correct, Eric. You don't feel speed, you feel changes in velocity.
As Cool Cosmos website writes, Earth moves very fast. It spins at a speed of about 1,000 miles per hour and orbits around the Sun at a speed of about 67,000 miles per hour. We do not feel any of this motion because these speeds are constant.
It's correct that we don't feel that rotation, but it is measurable.
You can only feel motion if your speed changes.
Yes, Eric. Don't labour the point.
For example, if you are in a car which is moving at a constant speed on a smooth surface, you will not feel much motion. However, when the car accelerates or when the brakes are applied, you do feel motion.
And this is a gorgeous and famous example. These items are balanced while travelling along at great speed, but at a constant velocity.
The glaring problem with this claim, rarely ever addressed,
wait for it,
is that the globe and everything on it, if it existed, would be undergoing constant acceleration, because uniform circular motion is constant acceleration.
Yes, there's a constant acceleration downwards, the centripetal force. You know, gravity.
Uniform circular motion can be described as the motion of an object in a circle at a constant speed. As an object moves in a circle, it is constantly changing its direction. At all instances, the object is moving tangent to the circle. Since the direction of the velocity vector is the same as the direction of the object's motion, the velocity vector is directed tangent to the circle as well. An object moving in a circle is accelerating.
Yes, travelling in a circle, at t0 we have velocity 0, at t1 we have velocity 1. You sum those vectors, and the difference between them, the delta, is the acceleration of which you speak.
An object undergoing uniform circular motion is moving with a constant speed. Nonetheless, it is accelerating due to its change in direction. The direction of the acceleration is inwards, with the inward net force directed perpendicular to the velocity vector. The object is always changing its direction and undergoing an inward acceleration.
An object in motion remains in motion unless acted on by an outside force. So yes, if you're stood on the surface of a sphere which is rotating, you travel in a straight line. You would travel on in that tangent line unless you're acted on by another force. That force is a centripetal force. It's changing your direction to follow the surface of the sphere. As I said, that's gravity.
Therefore, the globe's theoretical astronomy is at odds with demonstrable physics.
That's
Uniform,
wrong. What?
and even more so with non-uniform, circular motion creates a centripetal force which entails constant acceleration in constantly changing directions.
No. You're just wrong, Eric. You travel in a straight line unless acted on by a force. That force is the centripetal force. It's the force that is pulling your journey into a circle. The other force you're talking about is the fictitious force of centrifugal force.
The heliocentric model claims the Earth rotates in uniform circular motion at a constant speed.
Yes, a constant speed of 1 revolution per day, 0.0006944 revolutions per minute,
while revolving an elliptical orbit around the Sun at another constant speed
of 1 revolution per year.
No, it's not.
While the entire solar system makes a circular orbit around the Milky Way galaxy at another constant speed
of 1 revolution
per 250 million years.
And the Milky Way galaxy shoots off in a straight line from their Big Bang beginning at yet another constant speed.
Well, since that's as near as damn it a straight line, the fact it's 670 million miles per hour shouldn't matter, because you've already said we don't feel speed.
In other words, we are actually supposedly undergoing 4 different circular, elliptical, and straight line motions simultaneously, but being told that we, quote, do not feel any of this motion because these speeds are constant.
Have a look at this fairground ride, Eric. In the UK, this is called the cage. You're rotating. The centripetal force is provided by the walls of the cage. Your body wants to carry on in a straight line, but the walls are preventing it. You experience the fictitious centrifugal force. You can feel it because that's rotating quite a few times per minute. Now, if you slowed that ride down so it rotated once per day, do you think that these people would still stick to the walls of the cage? No. If that was rotating once per day, you wouldn't even feel the rotation. All those people would just be in a heap at the bottom.
They always give the example of a car or train going straight at a constant velocity and claim we cannot feel that motion. But what if the car is speeding along an elevated, uniform, circular racetrack, while that entire elevated racetrack is making an elliptical circuit around the racing grounds, while simultaneously the entire racing grounds themselves are on a gigantic moving circular foundation, while that foundation itself shoots straight off into the universe?
Well, Eric, you, like all the other flat earthers, get all scared by big numbers. We've already established that the speed itself doesn't matter. It's the change in velocity. So if you were sat on the equator, in a period of 24 hours you would travel 24,901 miles to carry out a circle of 360 degrees. Every hour you have travelled 1,037 miles, which is about 15 degrees per hour. Thanks, Bob. So each minute you're travelling 17.3 miles, about 0.25 degrees. That's your change in the direction. So your velocity is changing every second. Each second, Eric, you're experiencing an angular velocity of 7.29 times 10 to the negative 5 radians. It is minuscule. However, it is real, and so therefore we should see a measurable effect. So if you take a man or woman with a true mass of 100 kilograms and sit him or her on the equator, he or she should feel as though they're being flung outwards by this terrific change in velocity. And indeed, he or she should experience a reduction in their weight. They still have a mass of 100 kilograms, but their weight will have reduced. And indeed, this is the case. The weight of that 100 kilogram man or woman will now register 0.34% less, about 340 grams. So what your Dunning-Kruger misunderstanding is saying, Eric, is that if we took you to the equator and sat you on one side of a set of scales, and on the other side we placed one of these, it would fling you off of the Earth's surface and out into space. Eric DeBay, you have just been debunked by a 340 gram tin of Happy Cow Austrian processed cheese.
So the next time someone claims you cannot feel the Earth's motion because it spins at a constant speed, remind them that
Eric DeBay really hates cheese. Until next time, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
Did I miss a Monty Python reference?
Cheese, Gromit, cheese.
That's not Monty Python.
No, that was Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah, I know that's Wallace and Gromit. I just read Elmig's. I see that Monty Python reference there. I missed that one.
If you cheese.
Oh man.
I didn't do that.
Didn't do what? Nothing to see here. Keep moving, keep moving.
Okay. Well, we're finishing up now, so that's Any last words?
So,
Say your piece while we sign out.
so that's good.
Thanks again.
But actually
Have a
going
good
to
night.
finish before Sam gets here. For a change.
Well, we're coming up to 4.
Oh yeah, the man or woman thing was Life of Brian, wasn't it?
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah, I just like to.
Hey, Bluey, they really are stepping up to your challenge of becoming more stupider as well.
Yeah, they are,
more
and I certainly want to I certainly want to recognize Mr. Oakley for his valiant effort in already trying to put up a debunk to what to my video, which only came out about 8 hours ago.
Oh, really?
That's funny. Yeah, apparently I've gotten under the boy's skin. So if you're listening, Nathan, have a nice day, you fuckwad.
Yeah. He really is stupid.
Well, it's not a challenge. It's a question.
Actually, what he did was use clips out of that Brian Leakey bullshit. So it only lasts about a minute. It's funny. I think I need to do a video on Brian Leakey though. I've got a great clip of him explaining how plants really don't use CO2. And it just doesn't happen, right?
I've got a quote here from.
It's all electric. It's
electric. Oh no!
Oh yeah.
Electric plants.
Yeah. So I've been waiting for a little bit to use that on Leakey. You remember when Quantum Racer was calling me the synthetic redneck or something like that. Well,
yeah.
I think Leakey just became the photosynthetic retard. And it's gonna. We'll have a little fun now.
I've got a quote here from a Sleepy Warrior who posted a reply to a comment on the photo with the wind turbines. He says here, if it were a globe, we would only see one tippy top of one of the 2 high peaks. We see all of them. So there we go.
Oh, I got an image.
What he forgot to say was, if it were a globe without refraction and an atmosphere, we would only see. But unfortunately, Anthony, we do have an atmosphere and we do have refraction.
There we go. We do have it
from farmers.
Yep, farmers came through.
Yeah, that's from farmers.
Farmers came through.
That looks like they're using the correct cut, the one on the right there. Because the other cut has got the main road running down the left-hand side of it, and not this extra channel. Because of course they built the towns on the higher land, which hardens the surface, which means of course we now get even more runoff that they have to get rid of.
Now, if only Farmer had Zoom on his phone, I think we were talking about that. Or if you didn't know Discord, he could have just went through to Discord and talked from his phone.
Yeah. I mean, he could have even come into the Zoom conversation on his phone. There is a Zoom app too.
Yeah, well, Discord's just as easy, but even more cleverer is coming through the Zoom. Yeah, he only just posted it 3 minutes ago. About 2 kilometres from Welney Bridge. So you know where that is.
Yeah, that's heading down towards. That's the direction that when Rowbotham stood up to his neck in the river. or managed to get his telescope, a couple of inches above the surface, and that's the direction the poor bugger had to row, I believe.
I noticed that there's 2 lots of water there. Was one of them there back then when Wallace and Rowbotham did theirs?
No, I think the bit on the left has been put in places basically because the bit on the right keeps overtopping the banks at times. See, the problem we have is that this is so slow moving. When you get a big storm in the winter up around near Huntingdon or wherever, and the towns that are on the high ground that is draining into this basin, because the towns have grown, we get a lot more runoff. So of course the thing fills up with water, so they've got to put the water somewhere, so they have these extra cuts.
If only we had farmers around to explain what's going on in this image. That'd be really helpful, wouldn't it, Alan?
Oh look, there we go.
What? What happened?
Armor.
Hello.
Hello. Wait a minute. They can't.
It might be a bit
can't,
too windy.
Yeah, they might not be able to see you.
No, it's because I haven't got the video turned on yet.
Oh, okay. I got the picture showing on the screen. Showing
hang
down
on, let me just try and let me try and sort this out so I can see through the right bloody camera this time.
Well, it nearly worked the other day.
There we go.
Hooray!
Right. I can't actually see what I'm looking at because it's too bloody bright out here.
Okay, I'll just
But
make...
yeah, that's looking back towards the bridge. So let me just give you a little panorama of what it's like out in the fens.
Whoa, okay.
Bit flat looking there, farmers.
Very, very flat looking. It's, yeah.
makes my bit of Norfolk look really hilly, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Hang on, let's put my glasses back on. It really, I think Ely's in that direction, but it's a bit disappointing. I can't see the cathedral. I was expecting, because I'm obviously raised up about, I don't know, 10 or 15 feet on the riverbank here, I thought I'd be able to see it, but I can't. I think trees and things are in the way. That's how flat it is. If you've got trees in the way, you can't see anything. I mean, there is stuff out on the horizon, but job to tell. I think it's that way, but I'm not 100% sure. It's getting quite windy.
Yeah, it's a little windy.
Yeah. I wonder if I can get it down a bit more.
Is that the long grass that you walked through last time?
No, but it was nearly that bad. I mean, these are reeds as opposed to grass. I mean, if I go in there, I'm getting wet.
Go in there.
I wouldn't go in there looking for one of my kids.
This is what it was like that we was walking through. Wasn't the easiest jobs, but actually there's a track that runs all the way along the other side of that bank, and you can drive down it. So I wish we'd realised that before, but there you go.
Exactly.
Is Rumpus down in there thrashing about somewhere?
Yeah. Where's Rumpus? Is he hiding in the reeds somewhere?
Yeah, see if you can get
Rumpus and his mate are. But I'm just 2 kilometres away from the bridge, and there's another 6 to go.
Oh, okay.
It's a 6 mile, about an 8 kilometre stretch, and it is dead straight. But I've come down to check out those trees because they could potentially be a problem. They might well be in the way. Because at the moment you can't see the bridge, can you? There's a bridge down there. You can't see it because the trees are in the bloody way. So you might have to do some rethinking.
It says that Farmers Boy's network bandwidth is low.
Surprise! I'm out in the middle of bloody nowhere.
we're getting this much.
Yeah. Say hello to the swans. I mean, look, I am literally in the arse end of nowhere.
Oh, come on. The arse end of nowhere in Britain is like 5 kilometres from the nearest house, right?
Well, true, but...
Well, yeah, but, I mean, look at it.
Hey, don't worry about the trees. Just have Rumpus talk to the trees. The trees will relocate themselves.
I mean, in Australia, when you say you're in the middle of nowhere, it's like 2,500 kilometres to the nearest house.
Oh, that's just one property.
Yeah.
You know, England's not actually that big, is it? You know,
you make it out to be bigger.
Well, the country's not big, but our navy was the most powerful in the world. That played an awful lot into it. So, yeah, there you go. There, trust me, there is Welney's back there with the bridge. So that's just over 2 kilometres, and about 6 kilometres that way is another bridge. And that's what the whole thing's going to be done over. That's sort of 8 kilometres, about 6 miles. And well, a river. I mean, it's originally a drainage canal, but that river runs perfectly straight for 6 miles. But I think these trees you can see there, right next to the river, or right on the riverbank, I think they're going to be in the way, but I don't know. That's a decision for Rumpus to make. So there you go. It's a lovely day out here. There's a nice cool breeze. And it's not raining like it was forecast to, thank God.
I hope the peanuts are getting this, because I'm not getting it. I'm getting a frozen image at the moment out in the YouTube.
Oh, right. Well, like I say, I mean, that's the best I can manage, I'm afraid.
No, you're right. You're right. I just don't know what everyone else is getting.
Doing well.
As long as it's coming through properly on the YouTube, I'll have to play it back. Check it.
Give you one more panorama, and I might have to sort of stop sharing to try and save me back. But yes, welcome to the fence.
Oh, no wonder I had it on the wrong bloody screen.
Well, you're clever.
Sorry about that, Peanuts.
No, try it now. Why not turn me bloody camera on?
So for Peanuts, what are you actually hoping to do there?
What's that?
What are you actually hoping to do there?
Right, what the Rumpus is going to do is set up a series of targets at like 2 kilometre intervals. Now he's got tubes and poles and things, and they're going to be of varying heights. And what he's going to try and do is to line them all up optically, so that when you view them from the bridge, they all line up. And then you actually measure how high they are. And obviously, the further away you are from the bridge, the higher they go.
Yep.
Proving, of course, that the Earth is curving.
Yep.
So that's what he's going to try and do. And he wants to make a whole day of it. He's going to do sort of, obviously this is all, we're going to try and sort of stream all this live, and he'll be showing videos explaining various aspects of it and all sorts of things. I mean, he wants to make a day of it. And why not?
Fair enough.
I just hope we can get that sort of day like this, because it's quite clear today. Because when I last come down, it was really hazy and you couldn't see 6 miles. That's the problem. You can get all the equipment in place, everything set up, and if it's a hazy day, you're not going to be able to see the full distance. Having said that, I don't think you have to. I think if you can see sort of 4 or 6 kilometres, that's enough. But we'll say hello.
Hello?
What's that? Hello. No, there's just something flying over, and it's like, oh, what's that? It's bird. That's all I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there you go.
Oh, now we know where the location is live. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, well, to see what I'm doing, I've had to take my glasses off because they've tinted completely black because it's that bright out here, and I've got the sun on the screen and I can't see a bloody thing.
Well, you're pointing the camera in the right direction. That's the main thing.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I thought you might just like to see that and see. Yes, it might look flat. It well does look flat, but it isn't.
Yeah.
So Rumpus is that way or the other way?
Yeah, Rumpus is that way somewhere. I mean, I've got binoculars and I can't see him. I mean, there's some more trees and bushes
and
down
you're not
there.
on the two-way radio with him. Just tell him to wave.
No, you say you wouldn't see him. Oh, okay. Well, let's look back that way. There's a bridge back there. Can you see it?
No. Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, you can. Well, you use a set of binoculars from here. You can see it beautifully, but on a mobile phone camera, no.
No. Yeah, the zoom feature for
maybe the one time that a P1000 might actually be useful.
Yeah, well, it's only 8 times zoom or something, isn't it, on a phone camera?
Yeah. But
a lot of phone cameras have no real zoom. It's all digital anyway.
Correct, it's all digital.
Right.
I mean, I've got a set of 8 times binoculars here, and yes, using them, I can see the bridge down there quite clearly.
Is that Welney in that direction then, farmers?
Yeah, that's. I'm now looking sort of southwest back towards Welney.
Oh, you're on the wrong side of. You're on the wrong side, are you? Okay.
Well, you see, if you went to Welney Bridge and looked that way, there's too many trees and things. You can't do it. You have to sort of look back this way.
Yeah.
Well, you can stick the binoculars in front of the lens of the camera, then we'll be able to see the bridge.
Yeah, no. That wouldn't work. But it's a lovely day. It's a gorgeous day out here.
Yeah.
It's just enough haze in the sky to sort of take the edge off the sun. So
the sky's not really blue. Is the sky blue to you? Because it's not. It's sort of more grey.
It's terrible and grey. That's what colour it is to us here. That we get.
Oh, there's a bit of blue.
But the sun shines through it with lots of UV, and that's how I ended up with my arms doing the old t-shirt t-shirt thing of burned up to the point where the t-shirt arms start.
Do I see a duck?
There's some swans.
Oh, okay. What colour are they?
Black, though.
Yeah, what colour are
they? There's no black ones.
Oh, okay. Well, that what do you call it? The argument for that? If there's no black ones, they're all white.
Yeah, they're all white. All of them. They're all white. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 9 or 10 of them at least. But they're all white.
No.
Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, it's great. Well, this is getting documented, so.
Yep.
And what's the next stage we're going to get to see?
I don't know, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
What have I just found?
What about one of the markers when they get put up? Will you be able to get to see one of them?
Yeah, they're all much further down at the moment. There aren't any markers this close to the bridge. He sort of started at the other end.
Okay.
I don't think he's actually got. I think him and his mate Nigel are trying to sort of put one up, but hang on.
Well, what are you doing all the way down there on your own with nothing?
Reconnaissance.
No, reconnaissance. Okay. Is that what he told you to do? Walk that way and keep going.
Walk down and check out the trees, and then when I'm done, go back to the bridge. And he's got a viewing scope, and I shall set that up on the bridge and see if I can actually see him.
Okay.
So that's going to be my next thing. I was going to walk down a bit further, but I think I'm going to turn around and go back because it's a tidy little walk.
Well, if your phone will let it, you can walk a little way if you want. If not, we'll.
No,
whatever.
I think I shall head back and see what's what, and I'll let you guys get on with it.
Yeah, well, we're just about to finish up here, farmers, so you're lucky you got in at the end.
Oh, right. Well, because I got out here and I thought, oh, I wonder if they're still going. So I had a quick look and you were showing Mr. Sensible. And I thought, right, I'll stick a photo up as a way of saying, ooh, I'm here.
Yeah, I did. I seen it.
Cool.
Because I knew you were going to
you can get some really good panoramas out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we organised this the other day, whether you could give me something. If not, you weren't going to be there, but you ended up being there, so that's even better.
Well, the weather forecast got it completely wrong. All week they've been saying that today it would be storms and it would be pissing it down. And as you can see, not.
No.
So no flat Earth contingent there?
No, but they asked, several of them have said that when he actually does on the day of the test, I know Bev wants to come down here. I think Brian wants to come down here. Yeah, well, Mr. Mabbit said to the Rumpus that he expects the Rumpus to throw himself in the river when he proves that the Earth is flat. Because he's convinced that this test is going to prove that the Earth is flat. So I presume that if he's not sort of, with his son at a racetrack on the day, then he might actually come down here.
Yeah, but I hope the whole test
because he's not that far away.
I hope the whole test is not a premise to prove that the Earth is a globe to the flat earthers. It's more of a test just to do as a test, just for
correct.
Yeah.
Yes, because as we all know, these flat earthers, whilst they're looking for the truth, they're looking for their truth.
Exactly.
Which, of course, isn't the truth.
Does anyone want a preemptive their rebuttal to this test, or we have to wait till we do the test?
Well, I don't know. I don't quite know how they can argue against it, considering how Rumpus is going to do it. That and the fact that although we're doing it next to the Bedford level, we're not doing it over water. All of this is being done over land on like the riverbank. So they can't use the excuse of, oh, you're doing it over water, there's lots of refraction, blah, 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 blah. Because it's not being done over the water, it's being done next to it, because we know this is nice and flat and straight, which is what you want for this sort of test.
Yeah.
And that, of course, is why Rowbotham came out here and did his original test and got it wrong. Because he did it over water and he didn't allow for refraction. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they say when the Rumpus does it.
You can walk faster, you know.
No, I can't. Not whilst I'm holding my phone up as well. No, not that.
Maybe
I'm
you
not
should.
in any hurry.
Maybe you should have got a push bike or something.
I've got a folding chair back in my car when we sit on the fence. Well, I mean, actually, I could have gone all the way round and driven the car down here, because down by the side of the bank, there's a track.
Yeah, exactly.
All the way back.
Exactly.
But what you can't do is get out into it at this end, because the gates are padlocked because they're doing some work up there. So what you have to do is you have to go all the way round, right up to the other end, and you can get onto the track at that end. So that's what the Rumpus has done. That's how he's got up there. But you have to drive all the way round. It's a I don't know, 20-minute drive. You have to go around in a big arc basically to get to the other end, because that's just the way the road goes. Then you can get onto this track, but you can't get out at this end. So you'd have to turn around and go all the way back again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because some rotten buggers padlocked the gate.
Oh, we're finishing up here now anyway, Farmer.
All right then, mate. Well, I'll drop out and I'll catch you later.
Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Quite all right. Yeah, no worries, mate. See if I can get out of here. Well, it doesn't help that I can't read my bloody screen.
Well, put it this way, you'll get better as you go now that you're learning to use stuff like that.
Yeah, hello. I've just found where it says leave. Right, I'll catch you guys later.
Righto then,
Righto.
Farmer. All right, panel, we're out of here. Thanks, Ferdinand
Righto.
Magellan. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Blue. Who'd we have out in the peanuts? Death, Dora, Anamorphic, Stewie, Elmigs, Dora, Death. I'll have to scroll up. I don't know if I'm going to get everyone. Dave, Thurston. My Mum Bakes Cake was here too. Later, My Mum Bakes Cakes. Little Wolf. Who else do we have out there? Ozzie. Ozzie's NRG. Irish Stew. Yeah, that's as far as I can go. I can't go any... Oh, Clive Wells. That's everyone I can get. I can't squeeze any more in. Oh yeah, Demon Orb there. Don't forget Zeb. Okay. We had Ironhead Mippet and No Name too. Thanks, Dora. Is that everybody? You get a shout out if I missed you. It's not my responsibility if you haven't put anything in. See ya. Okay, night panel. Night peanuts. See you next time.
Night peanuts.
See you.